Central and Southern Europe, Northern Africa, Western, Central, and Southwestern Asia. It has become naturalized elsewhere, including Northern Europe and the United States. Brian Matthews says that many species of grape hyacinths, including not only muscari, but also the related Leopoldia as pseudomuscari, are difficult to distinguish. They usually have one or more narrow leaves which arise from a bulb. Okay, and then I think we've gone in far enough now. I think we got our picture of what this is. It looks like this when you see it in the wild. He's got a beautiful picture of it. So we just go kind of like show that the information that he's going to give is on par with what with what all of the naturalists would say. And I like that. He's definitely on it. He's on it like a scientist, and I fucking love that. I love that you're on it like a scientist, every aspect, every detail. It's refreshing.
We have all these lovely light blue, purple grape hyacinth coming up in our front yard.
Okay.
Which struck me as an awesome opportunity to get started on the spring foraging. So these are pretty tasty, and you do want to make sure you're not confusing them with standard hyacinth, which does have some mildly toxic properties, give you a little bit of gastrointestinal upset. But the grape hyacinth is super tasty. You can eat it in salads.
No way! I had no idea you could eat this. I had all my life, and I had no idea you could eat these. All my life, and I had no idea these were these were edible. And there's the first comment. I make cheesy first comments. I do. I either write them a fucking college paper, like a thing longer, right? Or I leave one cheesy comment that's like I'm the dummy on the side that's kind of like, oh, really? Ha ha ha, I didn't know. I'm like those kind of comments, I'm that guy. I'm like, oh, I didn't know. Yeah. I make dumb. I'm the dumb guy who's like, really? Ooh, he's just gonna eat it. Eat it, Jed. You need to eat one.
The flowers.
Oh.
There are some saponins in.
Oh, bugs. Yeah.
Stems.
And also bugs. Yeah, gotta be.
Bitter.
Yeah, and also the bugs. Yeah.
Although, when cooked, they lose that bitter flavor, and the delightfully floral.
Oh, really?
Flavor comes out instead. So we're just gonna try and take our flower petals off. Until we have about a cup for this recipe.
A cup? Okay. Oh, I love his yard. Look how beautiful this is. This is some of the most beautiful cinematography I've seen in a long while. The simplicity of it, the shot, and all of that. The beauty and the simplicity of this shot was striking. All masterful. I gave him the honest reactions. I'll tell him that too tomorrow. I'll be like, I gave you my honest reactions. I didn't dress any of them up. I just gave you what I thought.
And this little section of my yard started off with just about a half a dozen great hyacinth.
I want this color. I have this color outside my front door that I like. So I look at the television screen, but to the left is the door, and outside is a field, one of the most beautiful looking fields I've ever seen. And all kinds of colors like this as far as the eye can see, all the way to a mountain. And it's so beautiful. Only Colorado and a couple of other places in the world are this beautiful. Sometimes you just end up sitting in a meadow somewhere just looking at all of the detailed stuff and all of the little plants and how they all have so much detail and everything. The beauty in the wildlife in Colorado are almost unmatched. There's only a few places in the world. It's a top 10 place, definitely. I grew up in it naturally, I spent not all my life, but 30 years there. Yeah, or it's been, let's call it 27. I think it is like 27, yeah. Or, yeah, how long have I been here? Like 3 years? Yeah, something like that, 3 years. So yeah, it's been about 27 years I spent there. Well, a little bit less than that, like 24, 23, because I spent 2 years in Hawaii and 2 years in Illinois. And, yeah. And so really I spent about 23 years of my life in Colorado, and having been a lot of different places, I would say the striking natural beauty in just my backyard sometimes was rivals places like, the Taj Mahal, You can see it here in the simplicity of the grass and how it grows, and the brightness of the beautiful sun and the purples.
Almost about half of this whole area. It's delightful to watch them expand their territory.
Yeah, it is.
It gives me one of my favorite little springtime foraging delights.
I used to love going to his house because it's like going to a nature retreat.
Now, harvesting with the intent for simple syrup does give us a wide variety of applications. And like I said, you can eat these flower petals in a salad. It makes a good garnish. It is delightfully edible. You can also have them with floral pastas.
Ooh.
And the bulbs are also going to be edible. So.
Oh yeah. You can just eat them.
Garlicky flavor to the bulbs.
Ooh.
Definitely something you'd want to cook to.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Get rid of some of the saponins. Those have a tendency to break down under heat. In this case, and gives you a little bit less of that bitter flavor, more of the spring garlic or onion flavor.
It's funny. There's also a reoccurring theme of really good natural cooking, and I see that too. There's also a reoccurring theme. There's another reoccurring theme here. Yeah, I like that. I like that there's these subtle ways that he's trying to steer this from a naturalist point of view to sort of propagandize and get us into natural stuff, and I really love that because none of this stuff can really harm you. Learning about any of this stuff, you can only gain from it, And so I love it. He's trying, I would say, quite adroitly and very well to show the beauty of what you might witness when doing something like this, and what reasons that you might appreciate getting back out and touching the grass again.
But for simple syrup,
That goes for us gamers especially too. Though I did spend like I spent like 2 hours in the sun today just walking the country road. Like I said on the comment, like I've been pretty good about that lately. I did not disconnect. I'll be honest about it. I was that stereotypical basement dwelling, living in mommy's basement dweller, you know, fucking like gamer guy who was overweight and shitty and just didn't disconnect from the wires at all the way up until about a year ago. All my life I was like that, but about a year ago I changed. I think a change is as good as the rest. I want to be skinny like him. I've been skinny like him. I used to get a lot more laid. It used to be a lot easier, you know. I can still get laid. I actually get hit on, but sometimes, like when I'm in grocery stores and stuff like that, it's kind of weird. Like I've had 2 fucking cashiers hit on me because they can tell immediately, like I'm an ex-cashier from the lower class like them, and that I've got money, well, money enough to eat like groceries and stuff, and that I've got a job and I'm looking good and I'm shaved and stuff and not looking insane or like I'm in the system and stuff. That's a strong aphrodisiac for women my age. It's kind of funny. It's funny to see them kind of, you know, they're like, I guess my age, you would call them cougars if they were after younger men, but they're not. They're women that are after men my age and stuff. And I see them react to me. I'm not dumb. I still have some sway and I am attracted to some people. It's kind of funny. As I lose the weight, it'll get worse. Like like I don't know, that kind, like, you know, I used to go to the club here on the West Coast a lot. And when I was driving taxi, and I've been thinking about going back again, but all I think I'll find there is people half my age, which is like, I don't know, I don't think that's cool, you know. Maybe I should go try to find like an elderly rave or something and see if I can find like fucking people like age 30 to 60 who are just dancing and like getting high. I think that'd be fun. It would be better than the bars or bars or clubs with people half my age. I look at returning to the dating scene because I chased a woman for 6 years and just, you know, recently realized that just like her life and mine are separate, that we've had separate lives for far too long now. And so like I'm going back to the dating pool and I don't relish that, not because I don't like dating or I have any trouble with it. I actually never really had any trouble dating. It's more that, like, you know, but now I'm older, so like that was always from the point of view of a younger person who can just go to the bar and see other people who are young their age, right? But now it's like I have to go find places where there's other boomers, and that's a harder thing. Work is always a good place for that. I almost always end up banging some girl in my work. I mean, I hate to say it, but I do. I generally end up kind of banging either the girls at the coffee shop or the girl. I should go back to the coffee shop. Like the problem is, like, what, you know, I'm getting this new computer and I've been thinking like maybe I should get a laptop and take the show on the motherfucking road and do like my stream like outside for a couple of hours and bring a couple spare batteries and shit and just shut off the stream, pause the video, like, you know, switch out the batteries and go back up for another 4 or 5 hours, you know. And I was thinking, like, man, it would be nice to just go out all summer to places, because it doesn't really rain here in the summer. I mean, it does, but it doesn't really rain here very much in the summer. And, like, you know, and I was thinking, like, man, I could just take the show on the motherfucking road and just park up on some fucking side curb down by the railroad tracks, you know, and sit there for 5 fucking hours on the ground and shit and just play video games in nature. I was actually kind of thinking about that. I was like, why not? And just hold court on a fucking laptop with a big screen on it, you know, nice little, you know, bigger screen, like whatever they make, like 15 17 inches or whatever, and like get it like a laptop screen and just go down to the coffee shop and hole up in a corner, find a hipster coffee shop here somewhere, a good one, right, like that I used to go to. And I used to get a lot of play out of the back of the coffee shop. And I used to get a lot of play when I worked places, and I don't work anywhere. I work for myself now, and I'm my own boss, and I have my own business, and I have my own office and all this stuff. And so, like, now it's harder to take the show on the road. And so and it's weird because I was a party kid my whole life. So my initial impulse is like, well, it's never been hard to get laid. Just go on down to the fucking bar or the club and start dancing and drinking, you know. But that's harder for a middle-aged man. It's harder for a middle-aged man to do that. If it's because my tastes tend to run younger, not in like women or something. I'm not trying to sound like a creeper. I'm talking about my music. Like, I tend to like jungle and drum and bass and stuff that the kids like dubstep and shit like this, and even pop music like The Weeknd and shit like that. I actually like that stuff for dancing. I actually really do. So like it's weird. Their tastes coincide with mine, but when I show up, I know because like the last time I tried to do that, I was like 36 or something, and I went down to Beta, which is one of the best nightclubs in the whole fucking world, right in Denver, Colorado. It's the best nightclub in Denver, Colorado. I fucking love Beta, but I did not belong there. There were some people my age there, but they were all chaperoned by people their own age, and they were like there to get high and drunk, and I don't think it was a meat market for them. And like so it's kind of creepy when you're like 40 and you want to return to the fucking dating scene, and you usually find girls in the back of the coffee shop or whatever. But now you're like twice their age, you know? So like, oh, there's that creeper 40-year-old dude in the back of the coffee shop who's alone, you know? It's not a good look. And I transplanted here. If this was Colorado, I could summon up 15 people, no problem, and take them to the back of the coffee shop, especially if I'm sober. If I'm high on speed, I can't do that. I gotta bring the same shitty like 4 or 5 people, right? But when I'm sober, I can bring like a whole crew of 20 people down with a few phone calls and shit like that, right to the back of the coffee shop, but they all live within a mile of the coffee shop anyways, right? So I never had a problem getting laid or having social anything or any of that stuff, and I don't have a problem with it now. But I mean, like, it's weird because so like now I've got to reteach myself how to do that as somebody 20 years older, because that worked for me all the way up until I was like 35 or something like that. It really worked for me. Like, I met the love of my life right now. I met her when I was 34 or 35. I was 35. And like, you know, and that's just, I mean, I'm sure I'll meet a new one, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, right now the love of my life was her. And like, it's weird. And so and I met her in the back of the fucking coffee shop. And so you can tell where I should go. It's the back of the fucking coffee shop. But the problem is, usually if you're going to the back of the coffee shop, it's because you live near the coffee shop. We don't have a coffee shop where I live. I'm rural. So like, you know, so I guess it's like the honky tonk bar, and there's a very good honky tonk bar on the main drag of this town that I live in, a very good one that actually has a lot of women in it and stuff. It's actually a very good honky tonk bar, but I don't like country music, and I don't like country girls, and I'm a city mouse, and I smoke weed, and I've got a drug history, and I'm kind of Portlandia. And I don't do so well with the, you know, in Colorado, we used to call it the Stampede. It's a bunch of drunk country girls who are there to take somebody home on a Saturday night, right? We used to call it the Stampede, and often they give them drinks for free. They like literally the Stampede hour, and like at like midnight, they give all the girls drinks for free for an hour, and then there's just like a meat market push from all the country girls at the fucking, you know, at the shit kickers bar. It's really common in Colorado. It's like, it's a good way to date. But the problem is I don't usually hang out in shit kickers bars, and I don't like country music, and I don't like country girls. I was raised on methamphetamine and heroin and Lou Reed, and in like the Freedom Land of the 70s and Lana Del Rey and shit like this. I'm sorry, but I am not a fucking country mouse. I live in the country. I am not a country mouse. Like this is a country mouse. He is a country mouse. He lives in the city, but he tries to get out of it all the time. And I'm sorry, I kind of sidetracked this for like 10 minutes, but it is my stream. So I think I'll probably go to the shit kickers bar, and I'll just learn to like country, and I'll find me a down home country girl who lives in out here in the boonies, who probably like is used to like harvesting and fishing and smoking weed, shit like that, and just like and train her how to play video games, or at least like be okay with me playing video games, something like that. She's not gonna like it when I say I'm a professional gamer, right? And they're like, what? But then when I say, yeah, I'm a streamer with 4,000 follows and going up, right? It's some 30,000 viewership and all this. And she goes, okay. Yeah, trust me. But that's the barrier that I've got to get through. And it's not good. It's not a good barrier. When you say, I'm a professional gamer, they're like, pfft. Trust me, I've done it like 50 million times in my life, and it's never gone well. They're like, what? And I'm honest with them, like, yeah, I pretty much play video games for a living. I either find some way to pay the bills while I do that, or I just straight up make money off it like I'm doing right now, one or the other. So, or I sell accounts or something, you know, or I'm just homeless and I have a laptop or something. Whatever it is, I'm essentially a professional gamer. And they're like, what? And then then the next breath you have to have some other redeeming quality, like, yeah, I have my own home and I'm a streamer with about 4,000 follows and some actual viewership and some success. You know, not a lot of success. Like, I've only made a couple of grand doing this, but it's some success more than other people, and I put my heart and soul into it, and I work 105 hours a week. So yeah, baby, we can fuck on a Friday night or a Saturday night, but I'm gone 15 hours a day, and if that isn't cool with you, then yeah. And it's not going to be cool with them. When you tell them that you work 105 hours a week and that you have no time for them and you're just looking for essentially like companionship, right? They're going to be like, that's cool, but you're 40, you idiot. You're not young and dumb. Like, you're looking for full of You're 40 and we're looking for security here, aren't we? You know they are. And so trust me, women my age, I don't like dating women my age because they often are thinking about what's going to happen in 10 years. I want the girl who just wants to dance and fuck. Or play video games or just chill, you know? I don't care about what your life is or what you do. I probably won't be in it. I have a real mistress, you know what I'm saying? And it's called video gaming, and she takes 105 hours of my life every week and 420 hours of my life every month. And she's a harsh mistress, and you will be secondary to her. You will be secondary to her. That she will take 420 hours of my life every month. You will get the other 20. And the girl's going to be like, what? And this is why I don't try and date a lot. Trust me. So, like, I'm not stupid. I trust me, when it comes to that, they all ask the same question. So what do you do? What do you do? I play video games for 14 hours a day. I'm going to let Jed talk now. I'm sorry. And they're like, well, do you like what you do? Yeah, I do. I have between 2 to 5 people who watch me all the time, and it's going up, not down, thank God. And, you know, and yeah, I've made some money doing this, and I've had some really good donations, definitely really good donations. And like, you know, and you know, I'm happy. I'm the happiest I've ever been in my life, and this is the best day of my life, and I'm not lying. I'm actually dead serious. Today is the best day of my life. You know, it's weird, but it is true. So, like, you know, and so that's what you have to sell them. And I have the confidence to sell that to them. But in the end, they're going to think about what I said. And then eventually I'm going to confirm it for them. Yeah, I live off $7,000 a year. So yeah, I'm going to buy you these drinks, but that's about all I can buy you. And that's when they're like, oh, cool. And disinterested. Yep, sorry. And they're like, but some women will respond to some women understand my story. Been with about 40 of them. Some women understand my story. That essence of flavor. Is how I like to put it. About 40 of them. You know, because I always tell them, sometimes I was a drug dealer and I'm like, yeah, I'm a drug dealer and I sell methamphetamine and I make like $3,200 a day or something like that, but the re-up's like 22, and I get scared that I'm gonna get robbed for the other 1,000 all the time. So I take taxis and Ubers everywhere I go. So I sit in a fucking cab, I get high with the customers, I fuck the girls that I meet, and I have Ubers take me wherever I go, right? And like, you'd be surprised how often confidence like that will actually work for you if they just understand your story. If you don't lie, if you're just like, yeah, and I can't date you, and I'm just here to fuck, and that's okay if you can't, you know, and you just tell them like that right to their fucking face. And it is spitting game. It is spitting game, but it's not like how the rappers do it. It's called goddamn honesty and not being ashamed of yourself. I've never been ashamed of myself. And when they can see that you're caught up like that, and that you're not lying, and that you are serious, and then, you know, and they're like, and they'll give you the flip flop, you know, the little flip flop in their head where they're like, you know, they'll do it even if you're fat. It doesn't matter. They're like, I wonder if there's something here, and you let them sniff around, you know. But most times you tell them the truth and like, oh, okay, well, you have a nice day. And it's cool, you know. It sucks, but, you know, some girls understand it, some girls don't. They're like, how would you spend your life like that? You got high on methamphetamine, you're a fucking loser. How dare you be a heroin addict and never use a needle? What do you mean you play video games your entire fucking life? Are you a loser? Like, you can see that they want to say stuff like that, but they're not assholes. They just don't respond to you, you know? And that's cool. And I had that own response about myself, but I don't have any shame. Like, I have a dislike of what my life ended up being, but I don't have any shame. And that's one of the ways that they understand the story, you know?
In our simple syrup recipe as well.
Simple syrup recipe. Simple syrup recipe. Yay! I want to write that, but it would be a second comment. My God, it's such a beautiful scene. I can't stop. Like, this is kind of like, this is like drinking beer from my native land, or like going home. Like, I went home recently and it was a really cathartic experience. And like, that's what this fucking picture is like for me. This is one of the most cathartic scenes I've ever seen. It reminds me of lying on a blanket when I was like 7 years old, across the street from my house, where my parents could still see me, but they weren't worried about me. And I was like out in the field, and I was 7 years old, and it was like the dog days of summer, like August 15th or something like that. And I'm out there on a blanket in the weeds, or sorry, not the weeds, but the wheat, right? There was like wheat, like it was a wheat field. And I'm out, and it's a yellow wheat field like you see in the television shows and stuff. And there was like the amber waves of grain, essentially. And I'm lying in this blanket, and I'm listening to Rafi on my portable little child boombox that plays tape cassettes and stuff. And I'm listening to Ducks Like Water all day. And I'm lying in the field, and I'm soaking in the sun, and I have grass stains on my knees, and I'm happy. And, that's what this scene reminds me of. And I should write that in the comments. But I think all that does is confirm to the world that I'm a straight up pussy. Which I'm not. Had too many men try to kill me to call me a pussy. You ever had a man actually try to kill you with, like, say, a circular saw? So I like these little scenes of flowers and grass as opposed to the circular saw that's in my memory.
Early spring plants, and just plants in general. But this one has a reputation of being a mild nervine.
Nervine? Ooh, it's like kratom, huh? Kratom, nice. Nature's kratom.
And in folk medicine, it's also been something that's been described as an
He's a little quiet.
Specifically for men, at the end of a long winter, gets the blood pumping again. Now, as a nervine, it is a mild sedative, and just kind of a gentle, relaxing effect, similar to settling back at the end of the day and taking that deep breath after the hard day's work is done and feeling your body just let go a little bit. Also makes a very fun summery treat. Alright, so we've got about a cup or maybe a little bit more. So, let's go start.
Looks yummy. It looks like berries. It looks so good. Right, the blue, the azure blue is so beautiful. Having seen this scene, having seen, damn it, I don't want to do him a disjustice by, like, not writing the comment out. Having seen this scene in real life, it was like returning to it instantly. It was powerful and good. There's another recurring theme of natural cooking. That natural cooking, that is so in. Loving it. Yep.
Now we're gonna take our grape hyacinth, and again, do make sure that there's not really any stems left in there. So you do
I haven't met his girlfriend yet, and it's driving me fucking crazy. I've got this picture in my fucking head, but I have no fucking clue, no idea. I haven't been to his Facebook in 5 years. I don't care about Facebook. Like, I don't know. Like unless it's my ex-girlfriend, frankly. And no, I'm not a stalker. We're just friends, you know. It's just funny. But it's like, you know, yeah, I don't really do Facebook, and it's funny. I don't know what his girlfriend looks like. I don't know what either one of my best friend's girlfriends look like because I'm a fucking asshole who fucked off and got high on methamphetamine for 7 years and tried to be a drug dealer instead of living my life like a real person. You know what I'm saying?
Prevent any bitter flavor.
And so now I don't know what the girlfriends that my friends are dating look like, and I'm a fucking asshole, you know? It doesn't make me sad or angry or full of regret or anything. It's just the acknowledgement that I fucked off for a while. It was like taking a 7-year vacation. You know, I've taken like 2 vacations in my, or like, I don't know, like 3 or 4 vacations in my whole life. And like, but that 7-year vacation, that long lost weekend, like John Lennon, you know, that lasted 5 years, or like 7 if you count the pre-up to it. And, you know, the junkie ex-girlfriend who killed herself, and just all the stuff that, you know, she didn't kill herself, but I mean, like, she killed herself with junk to the point where she's not the same person anymore. And I just, you know, and then the wreckage of all of it, and the guy trying to kill me, and the addictions and all the stuff. And I'm like, yeah. And so I just tuned in, like got high, dropped out for 5 fucking years. And I just stopped paying attention to my friends entirely. I just stopped paying attention to their lives or being there. I was just the guy on meth that you just don't talk to.
Your simple syrup recipe.
That's what you get. They don't ever tell you about that. When in the drug commercials, they're like, it'll fry your brain, or you'll end up a teenage prostitute or something like that, right? But like, or whatever. Or this is your brain on drugs or whatever, right? But in reality, they should say that everybody that you know will never speak to you again. And that would be enough. And they could say it on the commercial, and they'll be right. They'll be accurate, and they'll be honest. And I wish you want an anti-drug commercial? You can say one sentence. Everybody that you've ever met will never speak to you again. And that's why you shouldn't do drugs, kids.
So we'll just get any flowers.
Now, these people were nice enough to continue to talk to me, you know, because they're not like one-dimensional people. They can see that I had an issue and stuff. But most people were.
Can off of those last little stem bits. And those can get set aside for other uses.
Most people were like, yeah, you know, I don't trust you. Don't come in my house anymore. They wouldn't say it to me, but you could see it on their face. They're like, yeah, I've heard some bad things about you, and you probably don't really belong here. It's like on their face, you know? Yeah. I was a drug dealer and a methamphetamine addict, and I can't go in your house now. I'll have to get rich before they'll accept me again. It's so stupid.
Be with my
goddamn pariah culture.
Lunchtime salad.
It looks so yummy. I just want to eat. I want to see you eat one of these bulbs. Just like, just stick the bulb in your mouth. And just wolf it down. I want to see you eat a bulb. I think that'd be sweet. It looks so good. The purple looks so yummy. It looks like blue corn chips color to me, which looks so yummy to me. I'm like, blue.
Add that to...
Looks like blue corn chips color of blue, which is an appetizing color for food for some reason. Blueberries have it. What else? Eggplants have it. What else is yummy purple looking, you know? Purple is such a weird color, but sometimes it looks really good. Grapes, right? Purple is such a wonderful color.
Measure it out a little bit. So right about a cup of grape hyacinth.
Like, I don't feel comfortable walking in this house. Like, this house that he's showing us right here. I do not feel comfortable walking in this house. The last time I walked in this house, I showed him a meth pipe. And I was like, that's what I'm on now, you know? That was like the last time I was in his house, you know? I mean, that's what they should tell you on the drug commercials is, yeah, people won't ever really, truly want to speak to you ever again, you know? Even your best friends. They do if they love you, but you hurt them when you do stuff like that.
Now, again, when we're talking about simple syrup, the traditional
sugar
recipe for simple syrup is going to be 1 part sugar to 1 part water. I prefer
raw sugar. Oh my god, what's the lyrics? I can't think of it because I've got brain damage. I can't remember one of my favorite fucking Metric songs, right? Raw sugar. Oh my god. Sorta wonder why no one said a word. Oh, sorta wonder why no one said a word. Don't you like it on the side? Don't you like it till it hurts? Have I been on your mind? What's a voice without a song? Something in your head you've been fighting all along. I don't want to say it, the news is not so good. We'll never get away, and even if we could, we just play the tambourine around an open flame, oversleep and burn to be back in the game. 'Cause summer never comes, nowhere near high noon, and winter never comes, nor the harvest moon. Raw sugar, I don't want to die living in a high-rise grave. My baby, come home. Same black day. High-rise grave, raw sugar. I don't want to die living in a high-rise grave. My baby, come home. Same black day. High-rise grave, raw sugar. I like raw sugar too.
Maple sugar, that white
maple sugar. Yeah, that's good
sugar
too.
that you're used to from the grocery store.
Yeah, no.
Brown sugar does work as well, but it does provide its own flavor to the profile.
Yeah, brown sugar is different.
And for something as delicate,
much more molasses based
hyacinth
than cane sugar.
And flavor, we really want to make sure that that flavor is what's shining through, not the flavor.
My god, that is like a whole cup of sugar. That looks like it would kill you.
Our sugar. And you can also use honey for this recipe and for many simple syrups. Which
he eats so much sugar and he stays like 90 pounds, and I've always been so fucking jealous of him. He looks like that lead singer from fucking oh god, what is this summer's gonna hurt like a motherfucker.
Into the flavor profile, but if you're a pure,
Maroon 5 guy, can't remember that guy's name. He's influenced me a lot, but I still don't remember his name. But yeah, he like my friend. He looks like the Maroon 5 guy, especially when he was younger.
Sticking with very simple white sugar is going to be the best way to get the flavor of these grape hyacinth to really shine through. All right, so we've got our cup of sugar.
He still does now. Just with like white in the beard, just like me. I've got white in my beard too. With a little bit of white in the beard now. Oh, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it.
It's just going to go on a low heat.
Or the follow, I mean. Excuse me. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Omobo.
Stove while we're mixing. Stir the sugar in. The goal being to get that sugar fully dissolved into the water until the water can't take any more sugar in its structure. So again, a super saturated solution. And if there's a few little grains of sugar left over floating around on the bottom, that's okay. But we just want to get most of that as incorporated as possible. Once our sugar is incorporated into
molasses,
the water, we're going to bump the heat up just a little bit, and we're going to go ahead and add
ooh, it looks so good. Oh, man, I just want to get in there with a fucking spoon. If he says Mrs. Dash, I'm going to lose it. I'm kidding. That's an old Family Guy joke.
Now, you're going to want to bring this to a boil for just about a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes, to make sure that the flour structure starts to break down. We get that color and flavor. And then you can go ahead and simmer this
man, it
for
looks so good.
5 to 7 minutes at a low heat after it's brought to that initial boil.
Oh, the boiling blue berries is so satisfying. Yes. It's almost sexual. Oh, man. It's almost crackling now.
Now give it the occasional stir just to make sure your flower petals aren't getting stuck on the sides of the pot. And now that we've reached that initial boil, I'm going to reduce heat here in just a couple minutes to a simmer. And then we'll be back in a minute for the next part of this recipe. Alright, our simmer's almost done, and you'll be able to tell you're getting close to completion on your simmer because the petals are going to start to look smushy, and instead of having that light blue, they're going to turn a darker color, almost black. But your liquid is also going to start to take on kind of a purpley color as it incorporates the flavor and the color of the petals into the simple syrup. Now, the more petals you have, definitely the stronger the flavor will be, as well as darker coloration for your simple syrup. But you don't need to go overboard with the amount of petals for any batch of simple syrup. There are lots of other delightfully tasty applications you can use these petals for as well. Alright, so our simmer is finished. Go ahead and take that off the heat.
Did he memorize the script?
And you're left with something that definitely needs to be strained out so you don't have a whole lot of petals swimming around in your simple syrup.
Goop. Yeah.
Now these petals that are left over, you can also use. Now they've been thoroughly boiled in sugar, and they end up making a sweet little candied treat.
Ooh!
So don't throw your petals away.
Yeah, they look like Rice Krispies a little bit.
If you're like,
ooh, little blueberry candies. Yeah, why not? Why not? Why waste the sugar? It looks so yummy to me. Let them dry, and then just flake them off.
Go onto the dehydrator.
Oh, no. Okay, yeah. Dehydrator. Yeah. Why not? Yup.
And then once they're crystallized and...
Oh, I love it. Yeah, dehydrator. I totally... I'm an idiot.
Dehydrated makes a great little...
Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Probably tastes so good.
Little candied flour snack.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to set that to the side for later. And what you're left with is this almost purple-black simple syrup.
Wow.
So we're going to go ahead and put that in our jar.
Oh, Jed's nervous. You can see
if
it.
you're not going to use it fast, you can also definitely.
Oh, I never would have pegged him for stage fright, but I think he's got stage fright. It's cute. Give it a couple of years and you'll be cynical and you won't have it anymore.
I'll sterilize you.
You'll be cussing people and telling them to go fucking suck their own fucking assholes and shit. I don't care, and no fear, nothing, you know? Yeah, it took me a little while, you know. I didn't know. I had fear the first 4 days or something like that because I was like, why am I doing this? But then past that, like, it was like, nope, no fear, nothing, no hesitation, nothing. I just, there's this point where you lose it. It's streaming, right? See, he's very nervous because he's on camera and he knows that this could be a really big video. He knows it, so he's trying to do it perfectly and he's nervous. You can sense it. And it's the nervousness of a YouTube content provider as opposed to I'm a YouTube content provider, but really all I do is put my streams on YouTube. He's actually writing scripts and getting subject matter together and performing videos, and that's a much, much harder process than what I do, which is taking the 14 hours that I do streaming each day, live reacting, mixed with video games and all the other MMO stuff that I do, and then just, you know, and throw it all together into a big 14-hour pot and throw it on my YouTube with no editing. No, like there's a opening soliloquy and a style that I open with and a style that I close with, but what's in between is entirely up to that day. I don't care what it is, and I publish most often, almost all the time, unless there's some kind of threat or some kind of problem or something, right? And so, and so there's a big difference. So if you were to stream for all day, for 14 hours a day, for weeks on end, you won't have the stage fright anymore. Otherwise, you will. And now, if I were doing a professional video, I would have a bit of stage fright if I knew that the execution had to be perfect. But if it was like something that didn't need to be so perfect, I don't think I would have any stage fright at all for recording music videos. And for instance, I could pull up my music videos. I have 2 music videos and I'm about to make a third. By the way, third music video, guys, I wrote the third song, by the way. It's called what is it? It's Music and Dancing in the Castle Once Again. And it's going to be my third song on my album, and it's coming out sometime in the next couple of months. I even have an idea for what the melody's going to be and where I'm going to take it from, and the beat and all that other stuff. I got it all mixed out and everything, but I just got to make it all work and sing the song. But you're going to understand that not only am I recording the song, but I'm also going to make the song a music video and cut it live, because I'm obsessed with the DIY stuff just as much as him. I don't believe in editing. I don't believe in any of it, really. And I'm not sure he does either. I'm sure there was some good editing here. I think he's probably skilled at it, but I think there looks like minimal editing here because he's trying to get long shots, and I love DIY like that. It's we don't have lives where we can spend that much time doing this. I would rather be streaming. So streaming will break your behind, where you just won't even be scared of people anymore. It just breaks your fear. It totally does. It's this way of completely removing your fear of your fellow man. Because it's the same thing as busking out on the corner. It's like anybody could just walk up and essentially digitally sock you in the face if they want to. They can't physically do that, thank God, but they can do everything but that. And so, you know, and after doing it for now, it's been like 2.5 years, 3 years for me. I want to tell them to go be a streamer, but I mean, it's a hard thing to be able to stream all day. You better have content that just fucking is fire all day, or a long form something like me that you can just support yourself while you just do something that is essentially like a job and a hobby mixed together, you know? Like what he's doing, a job and a hobby mixed together with his videos and stuff. But he's a lot more nervous because this needs to be a lot more professional. He's got stage fright because he comes from theater school, and I understand that, but you know, but I don't have it anymore. The streaming thing will break you of it. It'll just break you of it totally. I would say Asmongold probably is not afraid of standing out in front. I'm not either. I'm not afraid of standing out in front of 100,000 Americans and telling them how I feel about my government. I think he would probably have a problem about that, because I suspect he's kind of like along the same lines of shut in as I am. But I mean, like, you know, but I don't think he would be afraid of the stage fright. I think he'd be more afraid of the response, right? He'd be scared of what people would say and his cancellation or something like that. But like me, I'm like not afraid of standing out in front of 100,000 people and doing an execution like he's doing on these videos and stuff. And it is one of the things that streaming can teach you. Streaming will teach you to be fearless. I'm talking fearless. Look at Johnny Somali or any of those goddamn cocksuckers. It'll make you fearless. Like that kid, who was the kid who was pussing out because the guy was driving him around at 130 miles per hour? And he was like pussing out, like, let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out. Who was that recently? I forget his fucking name, right? I forget the name of somebody. I forget the name of the streamer, but like you can tell those kids, they have no fear. They're not afraid of providing content while going 130 miles per hour. They're terrified of the guy being a bad driver and crashing into the wall, but they're not terrified of going 130 miles per hour while someone else drives and providing content with a camera at the same exact time. Streaming will break you of your fear, and so I can see his hand shaking when he handles the glass, and I'm like, oh, that's stage fright. I wish I still had that, because guess what? When you have it, you are such a better performer. You are such a better performer when you have the stage fright. You are thinking about every word that you're saying. You are nervous. You're thinking about the movements that you're making, the camera angles, all that stuff, right? I don't have that anymore. I don't give two shits about that stuff. I have let I would say the quality of my stream basically descend to what it's going to be the rest of my life, and I don't ever intend to make it better unless I make the money to pay someone else to do it. You know what I'm saying? I don't intend to make it any better than that, because, you know, and so this ability to just talk in real time all day long as a streamer will break you of that video fear that he's got. But I'm jealous of his video fear. I actually really miss those days when I had it. I think he's got so much more potential than me because he still has it. The minute that you become inured to it and you become used to it, I think that's the second that you're essentially, your days in the industry are numbered, and they might be 40 years away, but the second that you lose that fear that he's got, your days in the industry are numbered. And so I don't know if he's watching me right now, but I pray to God he is. If he is, like, understand, like, that fear it is not something that is bad. It's not that. I know those butterflies and shit from film school, but I know those butterflies. I've been there. I've been an actor and all this, and trust me, don't lose them. They're what really makes you good. The butterflies are what are making Leo DiCaprio and I don't know who was the hospital guy or I Am a Man of Constant Sorrow. Smug guy. I can't think of his fucking name right now. You know what I'm talking about. Dust Till Dawn guy. I can't think of his fucking name. Whatever. George Clooney, right? The difference between George Clooney and Leo DiCaprio and Johnny Depp and, say, like, your average run-of-the-mill actors, like, say, I don't know, what's a good example? Like Jason Bateman, or no, Jason Bateman's better than that now. But, like, somebody sort of a little bit more average, like, say, I don't know, what's a good example? Ray Romano, right? Ray Romano's a great fucking actor, but he's not a Leo DiCaprio caliber, right? And the difference is, Ray Romano's fear is gone. Leo DiCaprio's fear is these butterflies in his stomach that he channels into Gatsby. And so my advice to my friend here is to not lose that fear, because once you do, your days in the industry are numbered. They might be 40 years away, but your days in the industry are numbered. And that's show business. You know what I'm saying? It's show business. Having done this 2 or 3 years, and he's already done it for a while too. He's probably done it longer than me. So I'm like lecturing the converted here, but, like, trust me, like, I think he probably dislikes this fear in himself. I bet you he does. But honestly, it's a gift. If you still have that fear, it's a good thing. You can channel it. You can use it and make it into the best performance of your fucking life. And I think he has been killing it. He's been giving fucking faceted, amazing performances in these videos, like somebody who comes from film school or whatever,
like
or theater school.
This will actually be gone probably in less than a week and a half.
A week. Yep. Anything sugary is gone in like 6 days. Yeah, something like that.
Make sure your jars are clean.
Like I've got those Latino Latin ice cream bars and stuff that they sell at the Mexican grocery stores, and they're hard to get, and they'll last me 6 days. I'd say go through about whole package in about six days. And they're just pure fruit and milk. I fucking love those things. Here, I'll show you. I'll have one. Or no, I guess I can't. I've got to actually eat dinner first. I'm sorry.
Put any fluid into them or any food products into them. You definitely want to make sure that
I love those things.
Any fungus or bacteria into this beautiful.
Yeah, do not fuck around with the cooking ware.
Syrup.
Yeah.
So,
No. By the way, distilling is the same. If you are distilling, you cannot. You must have gloves. You must you must boil everything. You cannot be lazy any little bit, and you will have contamination. And your yield will not be what you want. So understand, distillery, how he knows all this. You wonder how he knows all this, and it's because he's a master distiller. He's a master apiarist, which is beekeeping. He's a master trail guide. He's a whitewater rafter trainer. I mean, these things that he knows isn't him sitting around in a living room all his life or whatever, watching some computer screen. He actually did these things. And I think the differentiation needs to be made.
Our grape hyacinths.
I think a lot of streamers these days sit in front of that computer screen for 10, 20 years, and I'm about to do the same, you know? But he goes out in the mountains, and he gets the information firsthand, and he brings it back to us. That's the difference, right? He is somebody who actually is additive and adds to the culture, and supplies and teaches people. I am somebody who takes away from it. I am only there to entertain you. Usually it's somebody else's cost, and if it's not at somebody else's cost, it's at an AI's cost, right? And I'm there to entertain you, and maybe you might learn something from what I show you and stuff, and I might be a good streamer and all that, but I don't produce things like he does. I produce long forms where I try to keep people entertained for 14 hours while I talk like this all goddamn day. But I don't go out and learn something and bring it back to you. I mean, I kind of do when it comes to MMORPGs. I do learn about those games, and I bring that knowledge back to you, and I show you in my execution or whatever. But I don't go out to the mountains and produce something, bring it back, and eat it. You know what I'm saying? There's a productive, additive. Like, for instance, I believe in schools of magic from the Terry Goodkind school of thought, which is kind of an Ayn Rand sort of interpretation of magic, right? Which is sort of logic in that you can look at magic in two different ways. You can look at it as an additive or subtractive, right? My magic is subtractive and always has been. His is additive, and it's an interesting dichotomy. I don't see anything similar in our styles in any way or form, and I fucking love that. And I would say most of mine is sort of sitting around and letting the cables fire up some kind of one and done experience in a long form variety, which has to do with like you have a bird's eye view over my shoulder, kind of on a Truman Show vibe, or like a Trailer Park Boys vibe, where you're the camera, but it's like, cops from like the criminal's point of view, where it's like a fly on the wall thing. I'm providing a 14-hour fly on the wall thing and as a history to validate myself. This man brings actual knowledge to the community and is of something of value. He is adding to the scene. I am taking away from it. And it sucks. No, I'm not taking away from it in a way that damages it. I am taking away from it in the respect that all of my gameplay will be constrained to history. It will probably never truly benefit anybody except for the knowledge of them seeing it. And maybe the knowledge of things like this might benefit them, and some of the shit that they might see on my stream when I watch videos and stuff and do react content might be very beneficial to them and all this. And I hope that it is. But in the end, all I do is entertain. I don't have any knowledge to impart like this person does, except for stuff like, what it is when your government doesn't love you anymore or anything like that. So I am imparting some knowledge. And I like the additive nature of this video. It was so good. It was so good. It was so good. Okay, Epic Turkey Showdown. Miriam's males battle in Rocky Mountain National Park. So we're going to see a turkey battle, guys. A fucking turkey battle. Amazing. Right? I don't even care what it is. Amazing. I can't believe you caught it. I can't believe you caught this. It's an honest to God miracle. Okay, so before I open my mouth, we're going to fucking watch it because it's only a minute long. Here we go. So let's hear what he had to say in that video. In this video. He probably has some context here, right? Witness the intense rivalry of two Miriam's turkeys. Meleagris Galapavo Mariami. Meleagris Galapavo Mariami. Meleagris Galapavo Mariami. Meleagris Galapavo Mariami. They look like this. Meleagris galapavo mariami. And the Merriam's wild turkey looks like that, or let's get a better like display of images here. This is the wild turkey. It is beautiful. It is wonderful meat, wonderful feathers, wonderful tools, wonderful bones, wonderful structure, wonderful gristle, grease, all kinds of things. Unguents. The feathers are useful. The talons are useful. Everything on the bird is useful. Everything. And so, you know, to something, even if it is a really base use, like, you know, fucking compost, it doesn't matter. Everything on the bird is useful. So, you know, and it's better left alive, honestly. So, but anyways, I don't know about left alive. Maybe they're invasive. They might be invasive now. I don't know anything about Merriam turkeys. So let's look at the Merriam turkey. Merriam turkeys are, they look like this, and we'll go and look at the Merriam turkey wiki on all, and we will see the wild turkey, right, is an upland game bird native to North America, one of two. It's only native to, well, I imagine they probably moved, but you only find turkeys in North America, which is kind of crazy. One of two extant species of and now I forget what extant means in this case, so we're going to define that word, extant, right? I forget what that means. It's like still in existence, right? So I thought it was like existent, right? But wouldn't you say existent? So, but no, that means just alive. Anything that's alive. So extant is one of the two species of turkey that's still alive, because probably all the rest of them are dead, and the heaviest member of the order Galliformes. It is an ancestor to the domestic turkey, which was originally derived from a southern Mexican subspecies of wild turkey, not the related ocellated turkey. An adult male or tom or gobbler normally weighs from 5 to 11 kilograms and measures 100 to 125 centimeters in length. The adult female hen is typically much smaller at 2.5 to 5.4 kilograms and is 76 to 95 centimeters long. Per two large studies, the average weight of adult males is 7.6 kilograms and the average weight of adult females is 4.26 kilograms. The record size adult male wild turkey, according to the National Wild Turkey Federation, weighed 16.85 kilograms, with records of tom turkeys weighing over 13 kilograms or 30 pounds. So, and this is what I came for. The wild turkey will get up to 30 pounds of meat. Probably not all of it usable, but 30 pounds of meat, you know, none the same. So all the same. So and so this is the epic Merriam turkey. You see them out in the Colorado Rockies all the time. And this is a couple of two Merriam turkey toms as they engage in a fierce battle for dominance, all under the watchful eye of a female. Filmed in the breathtaking landscapes of Rocky Mountain National Park, this video showcases the raw power and intricate behaviors of these majestic birds. Discover fascinating facts about Merriam's turkeys, including their unique adaptations and the role of these confrontations in their social structure. Did you know that Merriam's turkeys are known for their beautiful iridescent feathers and their incredible agility in rugged terrains? Yes, I can. They can run pretty well. Watch as these two toms display their prowess and learn more about their fascinating world. Thanks for watching. Did you know that during these fights, Merriam's turkeys can perform stunning displays of feathers and sounds? Subscribe and hit the bell for more wildlife videos right from the heart of nature's most dramatic scenes. I'm going to like and sub to the channel. Oh, amazing. I can't believe you caught this. This is an honest to God miracle. You got it. Wow. You want some? Nah. You want some? Nah. You want some? Nah. You want some? Nah. Fuck you. She's mine. Nah, she's mine. Nah, she's mine, man. She's mine, bro. She saw me first, bro. She saw me first, bro. She saw me first, bro. Don't make me peck you, bro. Don't make me peck you, bro. She saw me first. Your bitch, she's that's my bitch. You know what I'm saying? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I don't mean this. I'm I'm acting like some other culture and stuff. But I'm sorry. But that's my. She's my bro. She's mine. That's my turkey. That's my hen. Sorry. I was looking for the word B word because that's a dog word, but I meant hen. She's my hen. She's my hen. You understand? And he's like, nah, bro. She's my hen. You're the same size as me, bro. What's the difference between us, bro? We're the same size, bro. She's my hen, bro. Who got the girl? Oh my god, I couldn't believe he got it. Go back. Wild turkeys in action. Yup, it's special, special stuff. It's special, special stuff. I can't believe you got this. It's so good, so good, so good. Who got the girl? Which one got the girl? Which one got the girl? I need to know. I need to know. I need to know. Which one got the girl? Which one got the girl? Which one got the girl? Did you name him? Which one got the girl? I need to know. I need to know. I need to know. So good. So good. But wildlife. Who got the girl? I need to know. Which one got the girl? Did you name which one got the girl? I need to know. Which one got the girl? I need to know. I need to know. Oh my god, it was so good. It was so good. I love watching animals fucking rut and fucking fight each other and shit like that. It really gives me peace. With you know, with all the other battles that I face, you know what I'm saying? Like, I love watching animals do it because it reminds you that, yeah, pretty much everybody goes through this stupid ass cock measuring bullshit. Everybody goes through cock measuring. It's so stupid. Literally, those are cocks measuring each other. It's man. They're like turkey cocks measuring each other. It's just so stupid. She's mine, bro. Nah, she's mine, bro. I saw her first, bro. Oh my god. You can tell they're desperate. They really want this. You know how bad, like, you ever wanted something? You don't want it as bad as these turkeys want it. They have this chemical fucking thing going over them right now that's turning their brain into a boiling mess of fucking hormones and shit, and they can smell her, and she's driving them crazy, and they're like rutting in the mud, and they're ready to fuck, and they're crazy angry at each other, and it's weird. It's weird. It's weird to see it, but I love it. I love it. Yep. And it's something so primal about it. And like, you look over and there's a couple turkeys living out their drama, totally oblivious to anything else, just having their battle, you know? Oh my god. I can't believe you caught this stuff. Once in a lifetime. Oh my god. Richard Attenborough himself would be proud. Right, it's Richard, isn't it? Is it Richard Attenborough? I always forget his first name for some reason. I know the Attenborough part. Richard Attenborough, isn't it Richard? Yeah, it's Richard Attenborough. Richard Attenborough, right? And I want to get the spelling right. Oh my god, we have to go back. Go back. It was really, truly amazing. Richard, you should be proud, buddy. You've done good here. We needed this, and you got it. You have a gift. You have a gift. You have a gift. You have a gift. I mean, I remember this stuff, but it's like crazy to see it in really big fucking video again. You know, I think I missed some of these. I watched his whole channel, I think like 3 weeks ago or something, and some of these are brand new. You know, and I haven't seen some of them. I've seen some of them, but not all of them. Oh my god, this was so good. You have a gift. I can't believe he caught this. I want to see it again. Imagine having the camera up, like, right up close. She's like watching, but she's also bored. Look, she's bored. She knows this needs to happen, but she's also bored. She's like, hurry up. She's like, don't hurt me. This is fucking wonderful. It's proof that he should be famous. If he can capture this, he can get it. He can get it. If he can capture this, he can get it. He can get it. Let him have the people's love. Let him be rich. Let him be famous and successful. If he can do this, he deserves it. I have to work further. He does not. He's already got it right in the first year. I have to work further to get it. He does not. That was fucking amazing. Protective Mama Moose leaves with her baby. Okay. This is... Oh, no comment, but it is recent. It was from April 14th. Okay. I think I've seen this one. Yes, I believe I've seen this one. Or, wait, I don't know. I don't remember when I watched all these videos. Oh my god. Wow. Oh, yeah. Uh-oh. Is this Glacier National Park? Where was this? Where was this? Where is this bridge? Where is this bridge? I can't picture. Is it Glacier? Where is this bridge? I can't picture it. Okay, so imagine flipping over on the... Oh god, he saw a bad car wreck. Yeah, like I told my mother, I was like, you should get a dash cam. This is... Oh yeah, he's right on I-25 in Arapahoe, out there south. He's way out south, going south. Is he going south? Yeah, he's leaving on a road trip, and he sees a car flip. He sees a car flip right in town on his way out on I-25 north. Yeah. Or no, he's going north. Yeah, he's going north. Yeah, he's going north. Yeah, it's impossible to tell which way he's going from this. I know that this is Park Meadows Mall, but I don't know, like, which side of it he's on. Oh my god. Those tires looked really expensive too. Wow. Yeah, that's damn, got clickbaited. I'm here to do this. Oh, it's Denver. Yeah, it's Denver. Clickbait. Imagine flipping over on a highway. Yeah, he's right about the fact that it's not flipping over.
Holy shit!
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Wow. Wow, all these people, wow, this was a good, wow, great catch, you know? That's higher. Wow. And all these people thanked him, yeah. That's kind of crazy. It's like you can get all kinds of views with stuff like this, huh? He was messing with clickbait. That's funny. He was messing with clickbait. And it worked too. 1,000 people came in. Jesus Christ. I should just be like, yeah, I'm killing myself today or something. I'm not. I'm joking. I'm joking. So imagine flipping over on the highway from running a tire over. Okay, catch and release. 18-inch. Ooh, yeah. Get a camera shot of it. Yeah. Ooh, it's the Arkansas River Rim. Yeah, look at that cast. It was good. It's the Arkansas. Oh, no. From the Pump House area. Oh, Pump House. Oh, my God. You and the Lunkers, man. Join me in this exciting adventure as I catch and safely release an impressive 18-inch brown trout. And so we'll go take a look at the old brown trout. We'll follow through the naturalist ideas. If I'm going to put his content on my stream, I'm going to go look at the animals that he shows us, right? Brown trout, right? Fuck yeah, dude. Like, yeah, like, dude, brown trout. So badass looking, right? And so let's look at the wiki of it. So, the brown trout, or Salmo truta. Huge one, too. Salmo truta. Huge one, too. I think, right? So, Salmo truta. Huge one, too. You and the Lunkers. Oh yeah. Watch as he's gonna snag right away. The river trout, they'll just bang you. They'll bang you in 50 seconds. Something. You'll have that thing in the water, maybe 10 to 50 seconds. Bang, and they're gonna take it and run. Watch. I did not know he had gotten that good at fishing.
Got him.
Got him.
Got him.
Oh yeah. Is it in? He's in. He's in. It's over.
Oh yeah, that's a good fish.
Oh god. You got your what are those things called? Wellies or whatever, the fucking waterproof shoes. You know that fucking water is freezing and he's got the waterproof pants and the waterproof shoes. Hi. Oh my god, look at the size of that fucker.
Beautiful Colorado brown trout.
Yeah, right on fucking camera. Catch and release, that's right. That's right. Good for him. He is a good fisherman. Showed up one more time. Yep. They're gonna be a fucking 5-pounder or something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was good. Huge one too. Yeah. Oh yeah, yep. Oh, how long is this? Oh yeah, minute 10. Beautiful. Oh yeah, Gore Canyon, huh? Okay. You're speaking my language. Oh man, I miss my home. We used to get this shit all the time. I mean, we still do. Like, oh my god, look how fucking beautiful it is. It's like half a fucking fog bank and half of a mountain. It's so awesome. I love Colorado. Going fucking fast, too. You must have a big old truck now. Yeah, he does. He's got a big old SUV or truck now. Big old pickup truck, maybe. Nice and heavy for those. I mean, it's wet snow. Or sorry, it's dry snow and there's like no real. Wow. Wow. This is my best friend most likely taking the shot. Or no, this is probably him, but one of them is driving. Or it might be his girlfriend, somebody. Somebody's doing the shots and somebody else is driving. Or it might be him. I don't know. Thinking about it. Nature, mountains, ice fishing, ice fishing. Okay, this. Oh, but I want to comment on it. I want to engage if I'm going to use his content. This is one of the most beautiful visions of Colorado I've ever seen. Of real Colorado, right? Yeah, and we're gonna like it. I'm not sure I liked all of his videos. I gotta go back. I told him I'm like I'm gonna support you because you've always supported me. You know, we're gonna go back and we're gonna make sure. Yeah, make sure I fucking got likes on all of these and all that. Yeah, and I had watched, but I didn't see a lot of these. No, I watched like 5 or 6 of them. So now thinking about it. Okay, so now scenic drive. So now we're through to thinking about it. Oh. Oh, thinking about it. Thinking about it. Ice fishing. Oh my god, he's ice fishing. I want to go ice fishing. I'm jelly. I want to go ice fishing. I'm so jelly. Where was this? Where? Where was this? The water looks so good. Do you remember? Do you remember what? Do you remember what lake? I've never ice fished. I'm so jealous of you. I'm quite the fisherman. I am a crappie fisherman. I'm a good one too. I know all the tackle, all the strats, how to get those fish and stuff. I'm a good crappie fisherman. I did it every time I visited my grandfather for 10 years or something from when I was like 6 until I was like 16 or something like that. We go crappie fishing in the back rivers and lakes of Nebraska. And oh my god, I love crappie fishing cuz those fuckers fight. And I've caught so many crappies in my lifetime. I'm actually a pretty good crappie fisherman. I'm I'm actually quite. I'm actually. Yeah, I'm actually quite a good. I'm actually, but I never did. I'm actually right. Actually, a fairly good. I'm so jelly. I'm so jelly. And I never did ice fishing, right? I'm quite a crappie fisherman, but. Oh my god, he's gonna get this huge. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. I can sense it. I can sense the fish is thinking about this. Yeah, bite that fucker. Bite it. Come on, bite it. Come on, just eat it. Just eat it. It looks so yummy. How did it get through the water or the fucking top of the lake? You should think about how it got there, fish. How did this get here? Did it really naturally get here? It seems sus. Oh my god. What is that mic that you've got? Is that a mic? What is the device that's in the water? What is the device that's in the water? Is it a microphone? What's the device in the water? What's the device? What's the device in the water? What's the black device that's dangling in the water? Is it a microphone? It looks like a microphone. He's like teasing it. He's like, come on, bite it. Oh, he didn't get a bite though. Oh. Pristine snow drive. Wow. Yeah, it is. It's just pristine. No one's been back there for a while. Unboxing the Strikemaster 40V ice auger, which is probably how he drilled that hole in the ice.
If you've watched my videos,
auger.
You know that we do some ice fishing here at Pondering in the Pines. And getting kind of tired of hand drilling holes through the ice. So this was my birthday gift to myself this year.
Ooh.
Because the sale was too good to pass up.
Yeah.
Let's unbox this thing. The Striker 40 volt 10-inch auger. Definitely some hefty packaging.
Unboxing! I love unboxings. I love unboxings.
So it's a little heavy.
Is that cake?
27 pounds.
This is one of my best friends too.
Could have gone with the ultralight version, which apparently has a plastic auger instead of a metal auger. While that does lessen some weight, some reviews were saying it's
Metal auger.
gonna mean less durability. But here's our auger, complete with the chipper blades instead of your standard shaving blades. So that's looking pretty good. Put the cover back on so I don't cut my floor.
I love that picture. It's beautiful.
My table.
She's a friend of mine too. I don't know her very well though.
Set that to the side for a moment.
They were always a little bit too young.
Pretty hefty. I think the durability on
We were like,
pretty awesome. So this is supposed to be able to drill 70 holes on a single charge, give it a nice depth of 16 inches. A lot of the places we can go in have already exceeded 2 feet of ice. So more than 24 inches.
I love unboxings.
That hurts my shoulder doing the hand drilled holes.
Yeah.
So let's open up this and see what the battery looks like.
I love the bravery of a man willing to invest in his hobbies. You know, a lot of us are too scared to do it. I wouldn't say ice fishing is probably a hobby for him. It's like a fucking like a way of life probably. Like if you're caught up there in the backcountry, ice fishing is probably a really important part of it, really. Especially in the winter. You don't want to be out there in the winter. It's okay to visit, but you don't want to live there. You don't want to live there in the winter. at the Colorado mountains. It's if you have a nice home with heat and stuff and water and electricity, it's fine. But even then, it still gets so goddamn cold. It'll be 5, 10 below.
Definitely didn't see him on the packaging.
You go outside and you spit and the shit will freeze in the air, you know?
Right. So this is the base for the unit.
You can like throw a pan of water in the air and it'll fucking freeze. It's fucking amazing.
As well as the motor. Heavier than I'd like, but there's the.
Oh yeah, that's nice and meaty.
And isn't that cute? It has little lights on the bottom, so you can.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah, it looks amazing. Let's drill a hole in the snow.
Ice fishing at night has a forward and reverse function.
Oh, there's no ice fishing at night. It's illegal. It's illegal to ice fish at night?
On-off switch and your throttle. That's kind of classy. There's a little Allen wrench there that's built in and has its own little keep system. These lights kind of crack me up though, because whereas it's a nice feature, I don't really see that I'd ever use that, at least not here in Colorado. Battery for the unit, again pretty hefty. Does it come charged? It does not. It comes with just barely a charge at all, so we are going to have to charge this before we can take it out for a test run. And charger for the unit as well. So I've been really excited about this lithium-ion version because fuel ones have a tendency to bog down in thicker ice, as well as they get older can potentially leak fuel. Oil mixture into the lake, that's definitely not something you want.
No.
The propane ones, if it's too cold, they have a drop-in functionality.
It's a beautiful auger.
So first reaction, it looks pretty sturdy. Definitely looks like it's going to get the job done. And I went ahead and bought the 10-inch auger instead of the 8-inch, which gives us a little bit bigger hole in the ice. Definitely kind of nice for pulling out those big northern pike or some of the bigger
northern pike,
rainbow trout in some of these reservoirs. So, tune back in when it gets charged up.
Aw. Yeah. This was awesome. That thing is so awesome. You gotta let me try it sometime. Cure to divulge. No, I'm sorry. It's like that thing is so awesome. It's like I wanted to ask him how much it was, but it doesn't matter. That thing is so awesome. Is StrikeMaster a good brand? And then, so Reeling in Beauty, catching rainbow trout. That's going to be good. Who's got the camera? It's the girlfriend. Oh my god, it's the girlfriend I haven't met.
Yes.
Aww.
Yes.
Rainbow trout. That was a beautiful catch. I gotta go like the video. I gotta make sure I like the other video too. Oops. It's going so fast now. Here we go. Yes, like, and yeah, that thing's so awesome. Is StrikeMaster a good brand? I think it's so awesome. So Reeling in Beauty, catching rainbow trout. And it like, and oh yeah.
Yes.
It was good. It was beautiful. It's good to see you in a straw hat on a river, buddy. Where's the heart? Worms the heart. Okay, so ice fishing, boring a hole at Antero Reservoir. We've seen this one, but I want to see it again. Oops, did I like it? Yes, uh-huh.
Yes.
He gets to go back. He's just a little guy. Aw. Awesome. It's Antero. Oh, it's Antero. It was, oh, I found it. It was Antero. Okay. So when did I ask him? It was unboxing, Pristine Snow Drive, and thinking about it, right? Oh, yeah. This was this Antero as well? Okay. Where's this water? Was it Antero? Is it a microphone? Yeah, what the hell is that thing? Anyways, so okay, ice fishing, boring a hole at Antero Reservoir. Awesome.
Okay.
Oh my god, when she spoke, I could hear my dead friend's voice. Because one of my best friends here, he has the same mannerisms as my departed friend. And when she spoke, it was like hearing my dead friend speak through her mouth, because the same mannerism that he used, she's picked up from him. Listen to the okay.
Okay.
Oh my god, that is Jan. That's insane. Oh, it's a camera. Okay. Oh, it's or no, it was a camera, huh? Oh wow. Cool. The ice is so cool. You could stomp on it; it wouldn't matter. I mean, I wouldn't really recommend it, but I mean, like, you could stomp on it; it wouldn't do anything. It's so thick. There it is. Wow. That was way faster. I would have figured this was like, wow. Wow, that was so much faster than I would have thought it was. I was figuring 15 minutes. So join me on a thrilling ice fishing adventure at Antero Reservoir in Colorado, as I bore a hole through the ice and exclaim, "Nice hole! Nice hole! Nice hole!"
La.
That was awesome. Now this is one of the ones I did watch. I guess I only watched some of his older stuff. I thought I'd seen all of it, but no, I had not seen all of this at all. So this is the one I did watch, but we'll watch it again. Oh man, I gotta make sure I follow. Did I get this last one? Here we go. Yeah. And wow, nice hole. Nice hole, dude. Okay, if experience the thrill of ice fishing, join me in preparing for an exciting day on the ice at Antero Reservoir. Man. So let's go look at Antero Reservoir maps, right? Antero Reservoir map, right? I want to see the map of the Antero Reservoir, right? So out there by 285, campground of the Rockies. Okay, and that gives me a little bit better of an idea of where it is. Yeah, beautiful lake, Antero Reservoir. I've been there before. I just can't remember which one it is. I've been to a bunch of these. My favorite one is the Cherry Creek Reservoir because it's the closest. But I mean, yeah, they're all really beautiful. We used to have a hobby of walking reservoirs. You get there and you walk for 3 hours, like all the way the fuck around it, right? But they're not that big. They're, you know, they're big, but they're not. Well, I don't know. Actually, this reservoir is really big, but I'm thinking about the Cherry Creek Reservoir. It's not that bad to walk around. It takes like an hour, something like that. I'm trying to get back to the video. You keep like, see, I keep like having to do stuff over here. There we go.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's, oh my god, that was my dead friend's mannerism channeled through him and then taught to her. And it was like hearing him speak. That was my best, that's one of that is my departed friend speaking through her. It is crazy. Okay. That's so him. I think that was Jan's impression of Keanu Reeves or like Hank Hill or something. And I heard her speak it and say it, and it was so crazy. It was like a weird little moment, you know, not weird like in a bad way, just, you know, it's crazy to hear one of my dead friend's mannerisms spoken so perfectly out of somebody who never met him. It was an example of how much influence he had on all of us. Okay.
All right, guys.
Okay. I did. Okay. See, I can almost do it too. Okay.
Welcome back to Pondering in the Pines.
Mm-hmm. This is the one I watched when he told me to watch, and there was only a few videos on the channel at that point, so we're now kind of catching up now, I think.
So this is another video in our
This is a great video
series.
Yep, this will teach you a lot of stuff about lactofermentation, about using organic for fermentation, the risk of increasing the bioavailability of pesticides. I share this with my family, man. Thank you. Pickle veggies at home. I gotta show this to my family, man. Yeah, this was awesome. Yep, got a big old garden we gotta preserve.
And today we're going to be doing fermented cabbage. Now, normally I would do this with green cabbage, but I wanted to mix it up a little bit, also because the nutrition profile for red cabbage is going to be a little bit more
better,
dense, a little bit more good stuff is packed in these as opposed to the green ones. So, as a note, if you are using store-bought cabbage, you do want to make sure that you're using organic cabbage because the pesticides are applied to the outside of the vegetable. And if you're using inorganic vegetables, that fermentation process is not only going to make the nutrients in your cabbage more bioavailable, it's also going to make those pesticides more bioavailable. So buy organic vegetables for any fermentation products or use things from your own garden. You'll definitely thank yourself later. But let's get started. So for these, we're just going to actually peel this outer layer off is my kind of preference. Those have a tendency to get waxes and, again, any potential pesticides, even for organic crops, could be on that outer shell. So once we're done with that, you're left with this nice pink purple cabbage. And if you don't have a slicer, it's a little bit more work, but not too challenging as a process. We're just going to quarter these cabbages, and that'll make the process a little bit easier for us. Alright, so once we have our quartered cabbages here, give yourself enough room to work with for sure. And a lot of people really don't like this core. This is going to be real tough, real dense, and it takes a long time to ferment, and it's not super tasty.
Damn it.
So my recommendation is that you go ahead and remove most of that from the inside of the cabbage. Kind of toss it over to the side. And we're just going to start slicing this as thin or as thick as you like. I prefer a nice thin, crispier slice. So we're going to kind of cut that down into segments. Now, if my mom was here, who was also one of the people that taught me about cooking, she would be very upset about my fingers being like this. So for knife safety, you do want to try and keep your fingers kind of bent in a little bit more. That way they're not risking getting cut with the knife if you're using a knife. So that's our first quarter.
Beautiful.
Now, because this is a bigger vegetable and there's a lot of it, we're actually going to use a fairly large jar. I know in a lot of my videos you've seen me use smaller mason jars that have an airlock or an air seal as well as a spring to hold down the veggies. Not quite going to be what we do for this video. So we are going to use a larger jar, but hold on to that thought for just a few minutes. So fermenting cabbage varies from a lot of the vegetable ferments that we do, and not only in that you need a much bigger vessel for just one vegetable, but also related to the idea that cabbages do have a lot of their own internal water. So you might not actually need nearly as much brine.
Oh, it's... I won't say his dog's name. I mean, I guess, yeah, well, it's Tanner.
For
It's Tanner.
Vegetables. And to start this off, we're actually just going to lightly sprinkle some of our salt on the cabbage. And we're going to put it in this bowl in layers so that we can kind of cover everything with the salt. And that'll pull some of the moisture out of the cabbage itself, which hopefully means that we don't have to make nearly as much brine for our fermented cabbage here, guys. Now, once you have your ferment done, I'm actually pretty excited about this red cabbage because the green stuff, I will just eat it plain by itself. Makes your stomach, again, feel great with those lactobacillum. That's going to be probiotics.
This is making me hungry. I'm going to go get something like a snack. I'll be right back. I love pickled stuff. That's good, but I also need water. Sorry, almost bit done, guys. Okay, so there we go.
With a lot of your other food digestion, or if you have
I
digestion
grabbed the wrong one,
issues,
did I?
if you have a candida infection or a candida problem, probiotics are a great way to help combat that candida. And a good source of prebiotics and fiber as well. So
Yes. Very good
definitely
vegetable.
worth spending a little time doing. So next layer of cabbage and salt. I've seen a lot of videos where they do this in an open air container and claim that you don't really need to have a sealed jar or vessel for your fermentation. And while that is true, it really does help to have that sealed jar, really related to contamination. So the more open air we have,
I love that he's giving us actual knowledge.
fermentation mix, the higher chance of contamination with yeast, which we don't really want, or other airborne bacteria, which again we very much do not want. And that becomes increasingly likely the longer it's out and in the air, exposed to the environment. It's actually one of the reasons that we use salt in our fermentation mixtures, is not only to create that acidic brine environment for our pickling, it also inhibits a lot of bacterial and fungal, in particular, growth, and that gives our lactic acid in the vegetables, as well as the lactobacillum associated with those vegetables, a little bit more time to process and take hold, which is where that good stuff is found. That's where the magic is, guys. So, we've got our cabbage chopped up. Do that last little layering of salt here. Now, I'm using kosher salt for this recipe, and kosher salt is going to be a nice balanced flavor. It's not overly salty, but it's also not going to have an overwhelming flavor profile like some salts are capable of having.
It's a good dinner.
And as a note, you really don't want to use table salt because your product or finished result will be far, far saltier than you could have ever imagined. So iodized salt, Morton's table salt, your average run-of-the-mill table salt, you really want to avoid for these fermentation recipes.
Avoid? Oh, okay.
And trust me, you'll thank yourself for that later, because there is a point where with those types of salt, your recipe really becomes inedible from too much salt. Alright, so what we're doing right now is kind of massaging that salt across all of the cabbage, make sure everything has at least a little bit of that salt coating on it, And already it's starting to get very moist. The salt is pulling moisture out of the cabbage.
Wow.
That's where a lot of our brine for this recipe is going to come from. So,
oh, wow.
you can let this sit for 10-15 minutes if you want. I personally don't feel like that makes a huge change in your recipe. Definitely doesn't give you a good idea of how much brine the cabbage is going to create. That's going to take about 24 hours or so. So once we are satisfied that everything has at least a little salt, we're just going to start loading that into our fermentation jar here. Now, one thing I can't stress enough, guys, is you do want everything to be clean. That includes your hands. Definitely wash your hands before you get started.
Mm-hmm.
And
maybe
wash your
gloves.
jars really well. Sanitize
Maybe get
everything.
latex gloves.
You don't need
Maybe
to use any chemical sanitizers because you don't want any of that left behind. But you do want to make sure that you're using real hot water. You can do a mild bleach solution if you rinse it out extremely well before you add any food to it. And by rinse, I mean do rinse repeatedly and let your jar dry completely if you do sanitation mixture like bleach. And as we load this jar up, you do want to occasionally compress what's in there.
Oh, wow.
Just to make sure that your jar doesn't get too full too fast. Because you got to have enough room for this whole cabbage to go into this fermentation jar.
My friend here, he's a space elf. I wouldn't say he's human. He's always had elven ears and elven eyes. He had better sight than us, like Legolas. Very elfin in appearance.
Now, because this jar doesn't have its own airlock, guys, an airlock is going to be, either bubbler shaped material that's oftentimes also used in home brewing, or a couple holes punched in your lid that have a silicone cover. So these are really easy to buy. Amazon sells them. You can buy them at your average grocery store, King Soopers, Safeway. They all sell fermentation jars in with their canning supplies. And that is an easy way to get a very streamlined process going here. But because this jar does not have an airlock, I am going to have to burp this jar every couple days. So normally you can just let your fermentations go for the entire length of time that you're going to ferment. Generally that's between 3 days and 2 weeks for a lot of these recipes. This one is going to require a little bit more attention. Every day or 2 days I'm actually going to have to open up the jar and literally burp the jar so that any gases building up from the fermentation are released. And because of the cabbage that we're using here, because it's cabbage and not a vegetable with a lower moisture content, this is actually going to sit overnight before I add any additional brine to it, because my hope is that the salt is going to pull most of the moisture out of the cabbage, and this cabbage will actually create its own brine solution.
Cool.
So if we're lucky,
we don't have
give
to
us
do anything
brine
to it.
Maybe up to
Wow.
3/4
And you
full
can't see it right now because it's all inside of the vegetables, but the salt just sucks all the liquid out of it, and then it just cooks it, or it pickles it, and it just pickles it without even any liquid at all.
And if there's any extra space left over at the end, we'll definitely come back and fill that up with the brine. Again, for your brine mixture, you do want to be using a minimum of 1.5 teaspoons of salt per cup of brine that you're making. That gives you a solid foundation for making sure you're not getting any contamination in terms of bacteria or other fungus or yeast. Alright. So last step in this video is really going to be our weight. And you've heard me talk about fermentation jars, how they have either a spring or a glass weight that goes inside and holds your veggies down. Now for this jar, I don't have a weight big enough, but there is a workaround for that, guys. Now this is not something I would make a big habit of, but if you're in a pinch, you can take a plastic Ziploc bag, just kind of feed it in there a little bit so that it's firmly on top of everything, covering all of your veggies. And to make our weight, we're just going to add some water to this, actually. So this regular tap water doesn't need to be anything special. And that tap water is going to give a weight to our vegetables, kind of push everything down so that it does end up being underneath the brine once the cabbage has produced its own brine. So you can season these fermentations with cabbages. I'm kind of a fan of a spicy cabbage fermentation. A lot of times I'll add a little bit of chopped jalapeno into these recipes. Mustard seed is also a pretty popular choice, guys. But now we have our weight on top, covers over the cabbage. And as the cabbage compresses a little bit over the next couple days, I will add more water to that bag just to make sure that everything is being held down firmly. Finish jarring it up, and now it'll sit on the shelf for about 3 days before we give it a test. And about 24 hours from now, I'll make sure that there's enough brine in here, because if there's not, we do need to put additional brine in this mixture to make sure things ferment properly. Well, thanks for watching this video, guys. If you're interested in more in the fermentation series, check out my channel, Pondering in the Pines, or like and comment this video. Tell us what you'd like to see us ferment next, and we always appreciate those subscriptions, guys. It keeps us doing what we do. Thanks for joining.
Oh, I loved it. I loved the paper, the plastic bag. I'll show you some of anything. I love the plastic bag trick. It was good. I want to say. I'm sorry. I gotta go put this something in the fridge. I'll be right back. So here's one of those ice cream bars I was talking about. So good. It's just fruit and milk. So fucking good. And they're cheap too. They're like $3 for 8 of them or something. And they actually taste like they actually have fruit. They look like they have fruit. There we go. Okay, that's gonna go in there. And pickling. I like the plastic bag trick. Okay, and then so for Frozen Majesty exploring a pressure ridge. Okay, and so DIY fermentation and improvised jars. He has done some editing since I watched this video. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, when I watched this video, it was different. Wow. I can hear my best friend. Aww.
Welcome back to Pondering in the Pines, guys.
This was beautiful. That ice. How old is that ice? How old is this ice? Pressure Ridge. Pressure Ridge was so cool. I would normally be there with them doing this stuff. I would normally be there. But I moved.
Welcome back to Pondering in the Pines, guys. Another video in our series of lactofermentation videos. You know, it's wintertime, and I'm all about that nutritionally packed foods to keep us going through the winter. So this is going to be a little bit of an experiment today. We're going to be using golden beets, which I have not yet fermented. So first step for us, let's get these guys washed off any little dirt left over from the grocery store. If you have a brush, you can definitely use that. And we don't need to go crazy. We're not going to use a soap. We do want to get any dirt and grit and grains off of them. That might have bacteria that would interfere with our fermentation process. So lactofermentation not only is a delightful way to save food for later, it's also going to be one of my favorite ways to give that nutritional vibrancy. So it does make food more bioavailable, but it also gives us a healthy dosing of lactobacillum, and depending on the vegetable, that can be anywhere between 3 and a dozen different lactobacillum that are going to take part in this fermentation process. And that definitely makes your guts feel a whole lot better as well. So after we get these guys cleaned up, we're going to get rid of the little root and the top, and then you're just going to slice these really however you like. Now I do like them kind of bite-sized pieces, so we're going to end up sectioning them into several different cut segments. And while we're doing this, guys, it is important to remember that if you're not using organic veggies, you do want to remove the skins from your vegetables. So the skins is where many of the pesticides end up being either applied directly or kind of collecting in a higher concentration. So if you're not using your own vegetables or organic vegetables, do remove the skins. You'll thank yourself for that later. And lactofermentations are actually, I think, one of the easiest way of preparing foods.
Yeah.
It does take a little bit of time.
Prep.
But the prep time is actually very straightforward.
Easy. Yeah.
We're going to breeze through this process here for this video. And
I used to do prep for the salad bar, and so it's kind of funny, but I'm actually extremely good at processing a lot of tomatoes and vegetables and, you know, lettuce, anything the salad bar has, like, you know, tomatoes, onions, peppers, garlic, like stuff like that, like minced and chopped garlic, and like I'm good at pulling tuna out of big can, you know, like I was a salad bar person for a little while, for like 2 years, and they had me do salad bar prep at essentially the place that became Whole Foods. And so I got fairly good at salad bar prep, even though I never ever cook. I mean, I cook, but I mean microwave something. You know, I don't like cooking. It's really not a passion of mine. And so like, you know, but I can chop a mean onion, and I know all the tricks to not have to cry while you're doing it and all that. Yeah.
But the bulk of the time is actually going to be
fermenting,
letting it ferment over the course of, depending on your
I would imagine
preference.
so 2 months.
I like
2 weeks,
anywhere between 3 and 14 days, depending.
Only 2 weeks.
On
I was like, the minute that I said 2 months, I was like, wait, it's like 2 weeks, isn't it?
The vegetable that I'm working with and the amount of lactofermentation for flavor profile that my taste buds appreciate. So the longer you go, the more of a kind of tangy, robust, salty flavor you're going to get out of that. It's also going to give you more time for any spices that you do add to your mixture to kind of seep into that flavor profile as well. Alright, so we have our beets. Now, if you're not super familiar with lactofermentation, you do need a jar. And that can be a ball jar or special
So cool.
fermentation jar. I like these, which have an airlock near the top. So this allows any gas to bubble up from inside during the fermentation process. And that way you don't have an exploded jar at the end of things. So, next step is our spices.
Have you exploded a jar?
So for this recipe, guys, I'm going to be using a little bit of dillweed.
Dillweed.
And a little bit of bay leaves.
Bay leaf.
Now, definitely play around with these because everybody does have different flavor profiles. And, rosemary.
Yep. I would do rosemary, thyme, garlic, and pesto. A particular kind of pesto, and probably jalapeno, like he said.
Potentially really good with the beets. I'm going to add a little bit of garlic to this.
Fermented beets.
One. And it is
I've never had fermented beets.
always better if you do have...
Oh, yes, I have. They sell that at the grocery store all the time. I love that stuff, actually. Yeah, fermented beets. Yeah.
Fresh ingredients.
Okay.
But we're going to do about 3/4 of a teaspoon.
Kimchi, right? Yeah, or no, wait. Is kimchi cabbage? I can't remember.
Of dill and about 1/4 to 1/2 teaspoon of bay leaves.
Bay leaves. I like it. Yeah, bay leaves is something I forgot. Bay leaves would be very good.
A bit of a savory.
Almost
a spice.
Basil would be good.
For a palate sensation.
Garlic. I'm not a foodie, but I know what's good. Yeah.
Because it's not a...
I have rich person's tastes. I was raised rich until I was like 11. And so they took me to all the fancy restaurants of the world, all over the place, like Mexican, Chinese, it didn't matter what it was. Expensive ass gourmet restaurants to just see the world's cuisines. And I got a very fancy taste, but I don't like cooking. So, yeah.
Here, I'm just going to use...
So none of this stuff is very much like a surprise to me. Most world foods are not a surprise to me. I was educated in world cuisine quite a lot. I was a CEO's son, and she thought I would be the CEO eventually. And so she raised me to be a CEO, essentially. But there's a thing about, like, business and soup dummies and reporting to some place every single day and order as opposed to chaos. I was born chaotic neutral, I would say. I was, like, born that way, where essentially it has to be fun. Or I don't care. I don't care what it is, and it has to serve me having fun. I don't even care if it's something that's detrimental to me, like getting high or something like that. If it serves me getting fun, then I'll do it. And so, and that was pretty much the opposite of what she was looking for. I think she was looking for like a Leo that would sit there and kind of like run the whole place. But I mean, I was not that. I was a different sign, and definitely not like that, and definitely stubborn and sort of like set in my ways. And there wasn't gonna be someone else's, like, I was never gonna be this person that ever took someone else's legacy and did something with it. I don't think. She recognized this very young too. She knew by the time I was like 10 that her legacy was not gonna be mine.
1 clove of garlic.
And as it was, the recession ruined our chances of that anyways.
But go wild. Do keep in mind that...
But that didn't change me from being exposed to French people, Spanish people. My best friend was Jewish. My other best friend was South African. I learned Russian, Chinese, Spanish, French badly. I can count in all of those languages, and I can probably figure out what they're getting at after a while. But I wouldn't say I could speak it in any way or form because of all the learning disabilities and blocks I had due to the Asperger's and all this. But the cultures, I think I did learn. I learned their food. I learned their mannerisms. I learned what they like, I spent 3 weeks in Paris, France, for instance, and I made friends with the richest people in Paris, France, somehow. I just happened to date the hottest girl in Paris, France, and also the richest girl in Paris, France, and she was going to this place called American High School of Paris, which is like the richest fucking high school in the world. And yeah, and I just ended up, I don't know how, but I ended up dating I don't know what they call that, like the debutante or whatever, like the world's most beautiful rich debutante when I was 14 years old. I don't know how I got that. It was my mother raised me with a lot of rich sensibilities and such. Rich people tend to like me, the way I speak and my mannerisms and my etiquette and all this. But I don't tend to like them.
The more you ferment something, the longer it ferments for, the stronger any flavors that you put in it are going to be. And for
Most every rich person I ever met was like, how do you turn your life into this? You know, they're all like that. They're like, how do you live a life like this? And I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know how you live like you do.
fermented garlic, it does get quite garlicky. All right, so our seasonings are in the jar. And we're just going to add...
Like, I don't look in the mirror, and I've never met a rich person who can understand that. I just don't care what my image is. Like, for instance, I spend 14 hours a day on shift, and it's not like I go to the bathroom to look in the mirror. I don't have the camera on the screen very often, you know?
Our beet.
Vanity was never a part of my thinking, you know? And that's something a lot of people can't relate. Especially rich people, they can't relate to that. They think that their image is everything, because it probably is to them. I don't need image to run this world. Sorry.
So I do like these jars because they come with a spring, which is designed exclusively to hold food down during the fermentation process. So if you're just using a normal glass jar or a regular ball jar or mason jar, they do make glass weights that'll go on top of your veggies to prevent anything from floating up. Because our goal here during this process is to have everything that's fermenting be underneath the layer of the brine. So anything that floats up on the surface does potentially run the risk of contaminating your batch. Now that might be with a type of yeast that is oftentimes present on different vegetables, or it could be other bacteria, and that is something we really don't want to have happen. So for these jars, generally we're looking about 1.5 cups to 2 cups of brine. So we're going to do a 2-cup batch.
Oh, this thing is out of battery. That's why it's acting so weird. I was like, is this thing out of battery or what?
Perfect. Now your ratio on this is going to be at least 1.5 teaspoons of...
I find this interesting because if you ever were off grid, this is valuable. You would need this. You'd have to grow all your gardens and vegetables on your own, which is something that I would have to do, I think. And we could do it here. We do it here. Half of our food is grown here. And, you know, I don't live on a farm, but I mean, we have a nice garden. And, like, I would say that this information is extremely valuable if you ever need to be off the grid, because you, like, when winter comes, you must have preserved food. You must have pickled food, a lot of it.
Of salt per cup of...
You must have, like, a whole shelf full of pickled food and all that.
water.
Or you won't make it through the winter if the grid's down. So, I mean, like, this information, while it seems like sort of trite and like it might not be very valuable, I think it actually very much is. It's, like, extremely valuable. If bad things were to ever happen, these are the tools by which you get out of the problems.
Our brine mixture. And I have some kosher salt here. Now, I'm using a salt that doesn't have a strong flavor profile because I've never done golden beets before as a fermentation. Now, some vegetables like cabbages, I like to use that Himalayan salt. Celtic sea salt is a great substitute. You don't want to use iodized salt or table salt. It's going to make your blend way more salty than you would ever expect it to be, and probably more than you would actually appreciate or be comfortable eating. So for 2 cups of brine, we're going to do 1 tablespoon of salt. And if you're impatient, you can heat the water up just a little bit beforehand to help that salt dissolve a little bit faster. But even...
I didn't understand. I didn't know how valuable this info was until I saw it. Thank you.
Even in cold water, salt is going to be pretty soluble, so it's going to dissolve pretty fast here, but you do want to make sure you don't have any big grains left at the bottom. A couple minutes worth of stirring, make sure that's all squared away. And as soon as we're confident that all the crystals have dissolved,
you're a good teacher.
Salt. Finishing touch is just to pour that into our fermentation jar and make sure that the vegetables are fully covered. So you want that maybe half an inch to an inch over the top of the vegetables. So we're just gonna top it off. Now your weight or your spring, whatever you're using to compress your vegetables down, goes in.
Oh, a spring would be a good idea, yeah.
And this will get stuck on a shelf in a room temperature place, so we're looking at somewhere between 65 and 75 degrees for fermentation temperatures on this. You don't want to go too hot, you might get off flavors, and you don't want to do too cold because it'll slow down your fermentation. So this will sit on the shelf for, we're going to open it up in about 3 days and just take a test, see what it's tasting like, but this might go as long as 2 weeks. So if you have any questions about fermentation or any of our other recipes, feel free to like and comment below this video, and let us know what you'd like us to ferment next.
I would like to see end results in the future. He's selfish, you know. I like, he doesn't have to put the ending in there, but I want it. So okay, fermenting. Icy Symphony, clear creeks, rushing waters under winter. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I used to look for videos on YouTube like this. Like, give me a rushing river at a glacier falls for like 2 hours, and let me think about how cold I feel. Hurt by the cold. Oh yeah. Exquisite. To hear the language of home spoken so clearly after all this time. This was 3 months ago I said this. Oops. Yeah. So anyways, yeah, I did watch this one. It's like, this is the clear language of my home, spoken so clearly after all this time. I forgot I left such a good comment. Yeah. Big boys, 3 bull elk grazing in Rocky Mountain MP. So embark on a journey into the heart of nature as 3 majestic bull elk peacefully graze in the stunning landscapes of Rocky Mountain National Park. Witness the grace and grandeur of these iconic creatures as they navigate their natural habitat, showcasing the beauty of wildlife in its purest form. I like how he sounds like Richard Attenborough. I love it. Immerse yourself in the serenity of Rocky Mountain MP with this captivating scene of elk tranquility. Elk tranquility. Got to be, what, 14 points, right? Maybe not that quite, but he's definitely a big one. Yeah, like it's like 14 points. It is 14 points. You can count it. It's 14 points at least. Look at this. It is 14 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's at least 14 pointer. He's a champion elk. They don't make him like him. He's a king amongst his species. They don't go 14 points like this, and when they do, the men talk about it. It is 14 points. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He's like an 18 pointer. He's been at this so long.
Yeah. Nice. Do they all have antlers?
Yeah.
I loved it. I loved it. Okay, so we'll come back. Wait, I just want to make sure that I liked these videos first. Got to go back and make sure I got the like on the video. I did. So, okay, and then, got to be, what, 14 points. Yeah, like, geez. But I don't think, or well, I don't know. Did they count Elk's points? Yeah, he's a 14-pointer at least. He's like an 18-pointer, which means that he's goddamn like 50 years old and he runs the pack and he's the big fucker. Jed caught like a fucking legend in his own right. They don't make them like this. You never see fucking 18 pointers or whatever. That shit's out of legend. I can't believe he caught that. Beautiful. Okay, next one is I liked it. Okay, we're going to move forward. It's been a long session of 4 hours of this or something, so... But, I mean, that's what React content is. I mean, some days I game, sometimes I do React content. Some days I'm going to support a friend, some days I'm going to play video games. It's okay. I love it. I love the distraction. I needed it. It was like helping return to home in my mind. I can't return to home in reality, but I can return to home in my mind. Rudiger roll fire starting. Cotton balls and ashes. Bushcraft survival skills. Bushcraft master the art of fire starting with ancient techniques. Join us in a submersive guide showcasing how to ignite a flame using simple cotton balls and ashes. Excuse me. Just had dinner. Excuse me. A vital skill in bushcraft and survival scenarios. Delve into the world of primitive fire making, learning invaluable techniques to spark a fire effortlessly. Right? Witness the fusion of ancient wisdom and modern knowledge, empowering your survival arsenal with this essential skill.
Lines. Today, we're going to be experimenting with different fire making techniques, and this has always been one of my favorites since I was a kid, because it kind of seems like a magical thing to make fire out of...
In like 3 minutes? Yep.
A simple cotton ball and a little bit
of like
ash left over.
Ash from a campfire.
Over from a fire.
Yep, and that's all it takes is a cotton ball, right? So when you go camping, take a bag of cotton balls with you.
So first things that we're going to do is you're going to find where the cotton ball...
You think you're good at Rust. You're not good at Rust.
...is put together. And we're just going to unroll that cotton ball all the way to the end. So a nice flat strip, like so. And then
notice how well and fast he did it, because he's done it hundreds of times.
Take some of that ash from the fireplace and sprinkle it on the inside of the cotton ball. So once that's sprinkled out, just going to want to roll that cotton ball back up as tightly as you can. You want to keep as much of that ash inside as possible.
And the friction between the ash and the cotton just lights it on goddamn fire. It's awesome.
Out like this.
Yep, and you just rub it.
Now, if you're really in a survival situation, you can use a flat part of a log or another flat rock. I don't recommend using your hand because that's pretty uncomfortable. But pressure and speed here. So you're going to put that on your flat rock and then take your other flat rock, in this case a 2x4, and just put some firm pressure down and start to roll. So, a little bit more rolling. You want to look for smoke coming out of it, because sometimes it won't look like it's going, but it actually is. But, see, we've got some smoke coming off of that. So this is tinder bundles that I had pre-harvested, but you'd want to have your tinder bundles ready. You're just going to wrap that up a little bit and put it all the way in your tinder bundle.
I think you're good. It's just taking a minute. There it is. There it is. You can start to see the smoke. Oh. Invaluable. This one is my favorite. This one is my favorite so far. Oh yeah, watching that smoke.
And
there's your fire.
grab it.
Genius. Proof that he's not fucking around, you know? There's a lot of knowledge in that head of his. I wish I could get at it all, but it would require running through the backcountry with him for the rest of his life or whatever. I don't have the time. But I can dream, you know. I can't be there with him, but I can dream, you know.
Hello. Welcome back.
Same goes true for my other best friend, you know. Or two best friends. Can't be there with you, but, you know, I can dream.
Back to pondering in pine trees. So today we're going to be playing around with lactofermentation, both as a food preservation method and as a way to increase the bioavailability of the nutrients in our food. So if you've never lactofermented something before, you might be a little bit concerned about potentially things going awry, but it's actually one of the easiest way to preserve your food as well as make it more nutritionally available as well as much more healthy on your gut. A full range of enzymes and probiotics. So basically it's pickling without the vinegar. You're creating an acidic environment with a salt brine so that the salt slows down any bacterial or fungal growth, and the vegetables are pickled in their own internal acid. So let's get started. But first thing for us today is really going to be to slice these carrots into an appropriate size to fit in this jar. And if you're like me, you don't really like the tops of the carrots where the leaves were. So first things first, we're just going to slice those off. That one tried to roll away. And then we're going to trim them approximately to the size of the jar, a little bit smaller than the size of the jar that we're going to be putting them in. That way they all fit. And once you have one cut, you can just kind of line them up next to each other to make that process a little bit easier. Pretty close. So these leftover pieces, definitely don't throw those away, especially if you have a compost pit, or if you have a dog that's like mine, he absolutely loves the crunch of the carrots. So next, we're just gonna quarter these into spears. This process takes just a moment. We're just going to start packing them into our cup. So if you spend a lot of time wild harvesting or foraging out in the woods, lactofermentation is also a great way to preserve a lot of the forest foods that you might come across. Some of my favorites are actually lactofermented mushrooms, which has been happening in Slavic countries for time out of mind, both as a food preservation methodology and, again, as a way of making any nutrients in that food much more bioavailable. And it really does increase the flavor profile on a lot of these foods as well. Something about that little bit of salt and whatever seasonings that you really want to put in.
Yeah, it's so good.
Kind of brings a lot of that flavor of the actual vegetable itself out in a pretty profound way.
It does.
So we're getting pretty close to full here. So I'm only going to put a little bit more in. And then my pup is going to get very lucky with the extra pieces today. And you can really lacto ferment in a variety of different containers. So I'm particularly fond of these ball jars that have the airlock on top.
Yeah, how much are those though?
That's a really easy, convenient way. You can buy those jars at the store for $5 or $6 a piece. And that really does kind of make the process a little more streamlined. So I'll put that to the side for now. Now there is some safety stuff that you want to be aware of for this. Namely, everything that's in your jar does need to be entirely covered over with liquid. So when you're making your brine, which for us is going to be water and salt with a little bit of garlic, you do want to make sure that the brine covers the top of your vegetables and that none of them are rising. So there's a variety of ways to do this, but anything that is coming above the water layer in these jars is potentially opening up your lactofermentation to mold or bacteria, basically contamination. So everything below the layer of the water is going to be safe to consume. And as a minimum for your brine, you want to be hitting about a teaspoon of salt per cup of water. So I like things just a little bit saltier, and it does also speed up the process just a little bit. So we're dealing with about 1.5 cups of water here. And for us, that's going to equate to just about, let's see, 3/4 of a tablespoon of salt. So I'll get our measuring cup and our salt out here.
Wow.
It's a little bit more than 3/4 of a tablespoon, but that's all right. So that's going to go in. And you just want to mix that really, really well. Make sure that all the salt is dissolved into the water before you pour it into your jar. Now, one of the other reasons that I do like these ball jars is they come with, I don't know if you can see it there, but a spring inside.
Yeah, it's dope. I like the
Spring
jars.
is to hold down the vegetables, puts pressure on them so that they stay below the water line, and that ensures a proper contamination-free fermentation process.
Okay.
If you don't have that, they sell glass weights in stores or online that you can pick up as part of your lacto fermentation kit, or you can also just use a rock. You do want to make sure that it's not a rock that will dissolve in water. It's fairly non-porous. You don't want to use sandstone, and you don't want to use something that will dissolve in the water and leave behind minerals either. I'm particularly a fan of granite. And then you want to boil that rock for a minimum of 30 minutes before you are safe to use it in terms of cleanliness and sterility. So now we have our brine mixture, and we're just going to pour that in the jar here until that water is just above the carrots. Now carrots are nice because they don't float like a lot of other vegetables do, especially if you have them packed tightly enough in your jar. And then you can see this apparatus here. It's the lid, and these have their own silicone airlock on top, but that's essentially what this is going to replicate. So after I get this screwed on, we're going to fill it with water to about that line, and that allows any fermentation gases to release while also still preventing any contamination from coming back down inside the jar. So a lot of people like to use glycerin, especially if you're fermenting alcohols like
Glycerin.
beer.
Yeah. No, why not?
For this process, we can actually just use some of our brine, and just enough so that it's about halfway full. Now, for the rest of this process, time is going to do the work, and usually a minimum of about 3 days. So this is going on day 4. You can start to see some bubbles near the top of the jar. This just got done tonight, and this just now. So these two will get opened up
about a day from now to make sure that there's no vegetables floating above the water surface. And you can put them in a cool, dark place. The warmer it is, the faster the fermentation is going to happen, but you also sometimes get not as good a flavor if it ferments too fast. So 3 days would be like the minimum for these bubbling, for that fermentation to really start, and then up to 2 weeks. But I like to open the jars around day 5 and see where the flavor's at, what the texture of the vegetables is, and kind of based on that I make my decision. But usually around day 5 is when I'm happy with my fermentation process for a lot of these vegetables. So if you want to see more wild harvest food preparation methods, more sustainable and fun recipes that you can do in your own kitchen, tune in next time to Pondering in the Pines.
Okay, so, and then lacto-ferment carrots, preserving and boosting bioavailability. I like the video. Crafting Magulio pine cone syrup. Okay. Magulio pine cone syrup, homemade recipe and canning process.
In the Pines. So today we're going to be finishing off a batch of
This is embark on a delightful culinary journey as we unveil the art of creating Magulio pine cone syrup, a rare and exquisite pine delicacy.
Magulio pine cone syrup that we've been fermenting in this jar for about 8 months now. And I kind of like these airlock jars because they give you a good way for any fermentation gases to release through the airlock on top. Small batch, definitely, especially if you're experimenting with new pine cones or different pine cones and not sure which flavor you're going to like best. But this batch is ready to be cooked and put into jars. So first thing you want to do is get all of your equipment ready. So for us today, that's going to be a strainer to strain the pine cones into the pot that the syrup is going to be cooking in, as well as our jars, storing vessels for where the pine cone syrup is going to end up after this process is completed. So let's get started.
Ooh.
Now this is one of my favorite and probably easiest wild harvest recipes that you can make yourself. And in the springtime, I'll post a video that shows you how to really harvest these pine cones and do this process yourself. But it does take a bit of time for fermentation and maximum flavor to transfer into your syrup. But so we're just going to dump the pine cones into the strainer and make sure we get all of that syrup, or as much as possible, off of these. This is going to be pinon pine cone.
Oh, wow.
It's one of my favorites. I'm also particularly fond of the bristlecone pine cones for flavor, more of a deep vanilla flavor. This one, for these pinon pine cones, it's actually going to be one of my favorite things for glazes. So you could put it in tea, you could put it on pancakes, or definitely will bump your charcuterie board game up a little bit. Fantastic with cheeses. But as a glaze for salmon, as a glaze for venison, or as a glaze for elk,
Oh,
it's
wow.
kind of unparalleled.
Pine cone
that's
glaze
pretty much
on
strained
elk.
out. And we're just going to set that to the side
Pine
for now.
cone glaze on elk. I've never had it. I've never had. It looks so good. It does. I took orders, but you can buy it on Leverage, but it's just. But that's why I just make it as. Yeah, I want it. I want to try pine cone glazed elk sometime. New bucket list item.
So when you're making these initially, you're essentially layering pine cones with brown sugar and pine cones, brown sugar and pine cones,
Okay.
until your jar is full. And depending on the moisture content of the pine cones, you're left over with this layer of brown sugar. So we do want to recapture some of that because it's going to go into your pine cone syrup. Now, not all of this leftover brown sugar is going to be put into this mixture because you don't want your syrup to crystallize, and we want it to be thick, but we don't want it to be too thick. We want it to be a nice syrup consistency. So at least a couple of spoonfuls of this leftover brown sugar at the bottom is going to go into this mix. And then whatever you have left over, don't throw it away. You can use it as flavoring for baking or cookies. It also makes a nice flavoring addition to pie crusts, I've discovered.
Yeah, I bet it does.
Depending on what kind of pie you're going to be making. Alright, so we'll set that to the side for now as well.
One of the things I've always loved about him is he never really believed in doing anything that he couldn't prove, or like I'm not saying it right. He never really shot for anything that he couldn't reach, And if he was thwarted, it was because of people that he didn't know was there, but overall, he's the most realistic person that I know. You can tell there's this fundamental ethos about him that I've always known was there, but it's it comes bleeding through in the videos actually very well. Is he's pragmatic in terms of what is required for life to actually occur, which is something that I don't really think a lot of people are. If you require 3 meals a day, if he requires 3 meals a day, he'll know by the morning how that's going to happen and what is necessary. And that's pretty much the opposite of me. I just pretty much fly on the seat of my pants like the crazy, chaotic, neutral person that I am. But I've always really appreciated it. There's nothing that he ever set his eyes to that he didn't reach. You know what I'm saying? Nothing. I can't think of anything. I would say being rich is about the only thing, and the only reason that didn't happen is because of other rich people.
Go ahead and fire it up.
And so, and as it is, I would say in the end, and it's still, we're only 40 years, he's younger than me, so he's still really young. He's got time. So do I. We got time. It's not over yet either. So and it's not like getting rich is something I think any of us desire. But I think the stability is. You saw that he liked that auger, and it's not like he likes fancy new things. He's not a materialistic person. What he can do with that auger is extremely attractive to him, and I don't blame him. But I mean, we've never been the kind of our crew has never been. One of our members was kind of like that, but 2 of our members were kind of like that, but the other 3, the originals, we're OG, him and I and my best friend, my best friend and stuff, like my best friend is his best friend, etc. So we always had like a 4 or 5 group inner circle and always. But what I'm trying to say is being where he was from, DIY was his family's religion, and they're the most clever, most capable people I've ever met. They are capable of pretty much anything if they put their mind to it. I don't think they're capable of going out and buying gold doubloons because they don't have $10 billion lying around like Trump. That's probably the only thing. But if you were to set any other challenge in front of him, I don't believe him to be thwarted by anything. He's a DB Cooper type that'll just do whatever. I don't so he's like MacGyver. Him and his father have always been like MacGyver. So these are fundamental big differences for me. Because I have the same DIY ethic as him, and I believe in the self-knowledge and all this, but I also believe in the stupidity of the humans around me and my ability to exploit that. Probably about the same amount that his probably about the same amount that he gets pleasure out of dominating the mountains and understanding how to be up there with nothing but the clothes on your back in the middle of 10 below winter and still living and all that, with that challenge of beating the wilds and how really difficult that actually is and how much knowledge is required and all that, right? My thing is why can't I just go with you? Why don't you do all that and I'll just watch you and I'll help you however you need or whatever. My thing was like, I never need to learn these things. I'm endlessly fascinated by them. But very, in my experience, fairly seldom is it that you need the knowledge. Most of the time it's about how you react in the moment. We live very separate lives and always have. He doesn't like the way that I fly by my seat of the pants, and I'm also a fairly messy person too in terms of my relationships, my life, my house, all that stuff. He is not, as you can see. And so, and neither is, well, yeah, actually, I won't talk about my other best friends like habits at all. So
something that doesn't take very long, realistically, because what we're doing with the cooking is stopping any fermentation that's still occurring.
It's like, notice that he knows what he's talking about because he's done it like 50 times, right? And it's that knowledge that I've got in the video games. I've done it all 50,000 times. All the games, I've done them all 50,000 times. It's the exact same sort of knowledge. But my passion was digital. His was this stuff. And I'm like, you know, and I love that. And he was a good game. I mean, he's a good gamer. He's really good at EvE. Like, he's a genuinely good gamer too. But I mean, like, and so is my other best friend. But they didn't live in that world. They didn't choose that as their final destination. They went on to much greater things, as you can see. One was about DIY, learning the mountains, survivalism. The other one was about metaphysics. And I never took a master in any of that stuff. I would say that he has a master in survivalism. And I would say my other friend has a master in metaphysics as well as real estate. And my master is World of fucking Warcraft. Motherfucking EvE, FFXI, Rust, Fallout, 50 billion single player games, whatever else is going to come out, Fortnite, Overwatch, etc., right? And so for every time that he wants to fill a bottle with syrup or do a different lacto fermentation thing or go hunting for elk or find some like snow laden glacier, I immediately think about the health of my mouse and my keyboard and my MMO career. And you understand how fairly on the opposite fucking sides of things those actually are. I'm pretty much usually should be. It was odd that we were such fast friends, right? Because normally someone like me would probably irritate the hell out of him. Somebody who just doesn't care about survival, right? I care about it and I'm skilled at it. And I can go out there and I can do it. Not like him, but I can do it. I can probably, well, not probably, like I've never had to do it like on a deprivation basis. But I've definitely camped successfully in the mountains by myself with nothing but a pack. You know what I'm saying? And so when I was homeless and in a tent, and I'm just saying, like, you know, now like like my repertoire I built around games. My other friend built around metaphysics, and he leads like, you know, essentially prayer circles. They're not, but they're, you know, they're like transcendental meditation circles where somebody leads a guided meditation, right? He's a master at that. Fucking grandmaster at it. I mean, he was acknowledged in India as a grandmaster at it, kind of. He's insane. So we all had our little things that we were good at. And I love this stuff. It's endlessly entertaining for me because I know that I would never, ever do it. And I think that kind of breaks his heart in a way. I'm sure it does. I think it probably breaks his heart that a lot of humanity doesn't care to do stuff like this. And I just want to mention it on the video. I doubt he's watching this late at night. He's probably sleeping. He's got a life. But I mean, like, you know, but I don't. So I'm just here talking about it. And, you know, this life, I love this ordered, like, specific life. But I never had this luxury, kind of. I felt like it was always about what choices I made in the moment, who I hung around, who I had sex with, who I was with. You know, like, I don't know, like I'm a choice person. So people like this, they never mind me because I'll go riding up there into the mountains with them straight into the heart of the storm. I don't care. They like this element to my personality. I don't care what they want from me. I'll do it. I'll go surfing with them. I will jump out of goddamn planes with them. I will shoot guns with them. I don't care what it is. Like, you know, like, I don't care. Like, there's a couple things in this life that I won't do, right? But the rest of it, they've got that. You know, whatever they always needed. And so our problem was, all three of our problems were that we never had enough time in the day to learn enough mastery about enough things that we cared about. I'm sure that he comes up every day against the same goddamn problem that I have, which is there's not enough goddamn hours in the day to play enough video games. I could play video games every hour for the rest of my life and just be a methamphetamine addict who never slept like more than once a week or something. I still couldn't get through 1/4 of all the games out there. The same way he could never totally learn all the tricks there is to learn about survival. There's still stuff that hasn't even been figured out yet, right? And my other friend, there's still stuff to figure out about meditation that hasn't been figured out yet. And so I see them in legitimate, I see them in legitimate, I see them make legitimate life choices and chase legitimate careers. And I see my fellow peers and what they ended up being and what they ended up doing. These are people in my inner circle. You understand me? And like I could sing this man's accolades for 5 minutes here, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to kiss his ass. I'm just saying, like, I have a lot of respect for who he is and what he does. He does things that people fantasize about doing in the movies. He's a whitewater rafting instructor. You know, this man does stuff that I dream of doing when I was a kid, right? But the difference is, like, you know, I went looking for all of that digitally. I went looking for skydiving and farming and, like, you know, like hunting and sneaking around and like, I just chose to do it digitally. I don't know why. I just did. It's the same. Like, I don't know why my other best friend chose metaphysics. I don't know. She's good at it. He's super good at it. But I don't know why he chose it. It just happened to him. It's the same thing with him. I don't know why survivalism happened to him, but it did. And I think in our little ways, I'm sure, in our wonderful little ways, I think we're all privately disappointed that our passions weren't totally the same. Like, for instance, we all three share a great passion for survivalism. I'm talking like maybe what we care about the most. You know what I'm saying? Survivalism in any situation, be it cities or mountains or whatever. It doesn't matter. Whatever you have access to, fucking ocean. It doesn't matter. You better know how to ride a boat. You better know how to fucking fly a plane. You better know how to ride a horse. I would say I know almost how to do all these things in theory, if not actual practice. I can't fly a plane because I've never done that. Well, I have flown a plane, but I've not like lifted off. I've not taken off with a plane and landed it. I've only ever been at control of a flight yoke of a plane. I've never actually, like, been a pilot. You know what I'm saying? But these are concepts I'm not afraid of. And it's like the modern Renaissance. He is the modern Renaissance man. He went chasing what was out there that is real. I went chasing surreal, ethereal things programmed by human beings, not God or nature. That are up to the whims of the creators. That don't really mean anything at all. And they were surprised by my choice, but it wasn't the only choice. I also chose, like, lead singer and, a couple of other things, But, like, overall, they were everyone was surprised by my choice. They figured I'd do something truly great, and I think the same of them. And I think they all did do things that are truly great. I think he does truly great things every day, and so I think I am too. But the difference is, I view them as additive magic people, and sometimes I view myself as the balance to them, because I was, like, kind of subtractive magic person. Like, my thing is I'm about, like, taking opportunities when they happen, never ever seeking something, letting it happen. Right, and just being and just chasing the fun and whatever that means, and whatever people are fun that are around me, and just being crazy about it, just chasing the fun. I know, and it sounds really bad because it is. I'm surprised that they were able to stay friends with me as long as they did. It sounds really bad because it is, but I'm not into mindless self-indulgence or wasting away or throwing my brain away or frying my brain or crashing it into the pavement or all the stupid ass shit that I did to it. I have a good brain like him. You know what I'm saying? This information, I retain it when he shows it to me. Like, I have a good brain like them. But the difference is, like, I never needed anything from anyone except fun. And this is something that's I still don't think either one of them, having known me for, what now, 25 years or something. 15, yeah, but it's been about, 25 years, I believe, was the first time I ever met this guy. 25 years of knowing me, I still think that I'm this complete fucking mystery to not only them, but me. And I don't know what to say to that. I'm sure I've been abrasive over the years and stuff too, but I'm like, overall, like, I don't know what to say to that. I was just myself. I don't know. And so I feel guilty sometimes that I don't share the same interests in the deep, deep ways that they do. Like, I feel like it was kind of emotionally crippling for my best friend to understand that I couldn't give two flying shits about transcendental meditation. That is that man's life's passion. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't give two shits about that. Now, did I sit in the ashram with him for 20 years? Did I pray with him all the time? Did I sit there with him? Yeah. And I met all the people, and I have no dislike of what he does at all. I love what he does. I think it's extremely important for the community. But I couldn't give two shits about it. It has no application to me. It's not fun. And this selfish fucking thing, I don't know how they managed. They are saints among men. I don't know how they managed, but they did. They like managed to maintain friendship with me despite all the stupid selfish shit that I put them through, because I am kind of a counterbalance to who they are. They built everything that they ever did off reality, and they don't fuck around with like weird ethereal fucking like maybe I can have a career, or maybe I can be a gamer all my life, maybe I can somehow manage it, or any of this stuff. They don't fuck around with maybes, right? I had to fuck around with maybes my whole life. Like, maybe my career might be respected sooner or later when I'm 70. Maybe I'll make money sooner or later when I'm 70. Maybe I'll be respected or something maybe when I'm 70 or something. Like, there was like a maybes all my life about everything that I ever did, because it's like what I chose to do with a passion, with the same passion that he does with his life, is not productive. It is a takeaway thing. It costs energy. Gaming costs energy. It costs power. It costs electricity. It costs food and time and all these things. All it does is take, and it costs things, right? Now, this is something that does not bother me, because I still get the same joy out of beating video games or whatever, just playing video games and stuff with my lifestyle, as he does up there watching those fucking turkeys fight over the female. I get the same goddamn joy. I do not believe it is any different. This is something that they understood about me fundamentally.
Read if any live yeasts left over from the pine cones.
I can't hear anything because my headphones shut off. Sorry. There we go.
As well as thickening up the syrups and removing a little bit of moisture content.
And so I see all these things that he learned about the real world, that's knowledge that can actually be used, and I respect it, a lot, because the knowledge that I got is every single World of Warcraft boss, every single fucking dungeon, every single MMORPG, every single fucking shooter, every single player RPG, every single JRPG, which is a phrase I don't really like using anymore. Like fucking, all the RPGs out there, like the ways that he knows how to find those fucking turkeys. I could find those same turkeys in one of the games. You know what I'm saying? I can find those turkeys in New World, and it's just kind of crazy. It's like that. And like I know where in New Worlds I can find two turkeys that kind of act like that. Actually, I can think of the fucking place. I can. And it's kind of weird. Like, it's just north of Everfall. And it's weird because like my knowledge is encyclopedic the way that his is about survivalism, and my other friends is about metaphysics. Like mine is about gaming. And I feel shortchanged. I feel jealous. I'll be fucking honest. I am so honestly fucking jealous of this man. Like I had some idiot fucking tell me I was jealous of a fucking streamer, and I was like, no, bro, you just don't even know who I am and never will, never ever will. Right? You don't know who I ever will be. You know what I'm saying? Trust me. Like, jealous of a streamer? Fuck no. No. You know who I'm jealous of? Lana Del Rey. To have all that beauty, all that talent, and all those brains, and all that fucking gonzo she's gonzo still somehow, and still alive, is beyond me. I don't know how the fuck to do it. It's like the Jim Morrisons, the Jim Morrisons and the Lana Del Reys. That's who I actually am jealous of. I'm not jealous of my friend here. I'm serious. And not because of their fame or their money or any of that shit. I'm talking about, how do you be the most beautiful dude or the most beautiful girl on the planet, and then still be the top musician on the planet, and still be a goddamn genius in your own fucking right? And they talk about you in poetry books and how smart you are, right? How do you do all three? How do you get the trifecta? The women that I chase are trifecta. The friends that I keep are trifecta. They're all attractive, like not young anymore, but I mean like attractive, successful people who are like super genius. And I went looking for that in my personal life, in my fucking dating life, all that stuff. I didn't always get it, but I mean like, that's what I went chasing. It's what I went after.
Achieve a boil.
And so all this knowledge, and I think about him stirring the bowl, is me showing you how to get a win in Fortnite. him, you know, and they're not equal. They're not equal. One is valuable, one is not, you know? And so, and I'm not going to make a change about my life. I've done this for 32 fucking years like he did. He's done this since he was 5 years old. That's goddamn what, like 30 years or some shit like that, like 28 years, something like that. And so like, you know, he's done this a long time. He's done it like 3 goddamn decades. He knows what he's talking about when he tells you about this stuff, right? The only thing in the world that I feel that way about is video games, and only MMORPGs too. And as it is, I don't think I have the stuff that I know is not valuable directly like how his stuff is. My knowledge is just how to do all of it. How to be a space captain, how to be a fucking cowboy, how to be a fucking soldier, how to be, you know, I always told everybody I was a jack of all trades, master of none. And so these people, they're trying to be master of all trades. They're trying to be master of all trades. I would say Grand Mastery is the vibe here of my 2 best friends. This is one of them. Grand Mastery is the fucking vibe here. You know it is. It's goddamn Grand Mastery. Yeah, I want to Grand Master video games, but yeah, fucking right. Yeah, fucking right. There's more of them being made than I can play. I'm not going to master fucking video games the same way he's not going to master survivalism, the same way my other friend isn't going to master God or metaphysics or any of that other stuff, right? We're just going to strive all of our life for this thing that we don't understand. I think he's the one that's closest to understanding what his life is, which is what that survivalism is his like primary defining, you know, characteristic, and learning, right? Learning, and I think he's a teacher and a survivalist, the way that I think my other friend is a teacher and a metaphysicist, and I think I'm a teacher and a games theorist. And of the 3, the games theorist is the one that sits around and borrows money from you and makes and does nothing. And maybe they come up with some game if they're an actual game developer. But most games theorists, I think, sit there and play games their entire life like some kind of heroin junkie. You know what I'm saying? I really think so, you know? And so I try not to be, one of the reasons I came out and started doing this stream is I try not to be this non-productive gamer. I try to actually do some work to show people that I'm actually doing this. I'm trying to fucking talk, that I'm trying to have a passion, that I'm trying to show people what I did for 32 years like him. Because look, he's got syrup and, you know, knowledge, and he's got food to eat, and he's got, you know, he's got skill set, and he'll make it in the woods, and, you know, it doesn't matter what they do, they can't stop him, you know, short of killing him. Me, I can do the same, but the difference is I don't have any of the tools, I don't have any of the fucking knowledge, and I'm gonna fly by the seat of my fucking pants like I have my entire fucking life, and still arrive at the end goal just like the rest of them. That's what I've done my entire fucking life. I don't plan anything. I don't go anywhere looking for anything. I don't expect my solutions to come from some other human being. All the DIY stuff that he is pushing in these videos and all this, right? But I mean, like, I don't, you know, I never. It's so annoying. I look at their life's goals, and they had value. They were respected by the men and the women in their fucking community or anybody else, and like, you know, they were respected for it. They were respected for chasing these things that they desired. I think my life was like this embarrassment, not to them, but it was to me and a lot of other fucking people. And it's not like I'm saying this in shame. I'm saying that the judgment was goddamn pointless and shitty. Like, I don't really see how it's different from my friend desiring to, you know, sling real estate and teach metaphysics as to my friend's desire to teach survivalism and cooking, right? Or whatever. Or whatever, one of the many skills that he's mastered and all this. I don't see how their desire is any different from mine to expose myself to the world, show them that I know something, and show them that I'm good at it, right? And so the one thing I could say, well, I don't know about EvE, because those boys still have more experience than I do in EvE, which is goddamn fucking so annoying to me. But every other MMO out there, I will slaughter my best friends. I'm absolutely 100% sure about this. I'll slaughter them in any other video game now too, right? And that's my one claim to fame. He gets to claim complete and utter self-reliance, right? Which is such a valuable fucking thing. It's so valuable. It's like complete and utter self-reliance is so valuable. I get to claim a complete reliance on electricity, televisions, computers, money from somewhere. It's not for me because I'm playing the games, or whatever, right? And like, and all these other things that I'm reliant on, that I need mice, I need keyboards, I need televisions, I need power, I need monthlies, I need games, I need content, I need interest, and I need gaming music and all this other stuff. My life was one of sheer complete need, and I would say a lot of the people around me were people like him who saw this need and helped me with it, but were kind of flabbergasted and shocked by it. They were like, here is an addict who you couldn't say is technically like a really irresponsible, shitty person. They just have a complete fervor, fascination with something that's never going to end. Kind of like Napoleon's desire for power or something. It's not usually a good thing when a man has an obsession like mine, So whatever. But I would say his obsession for survivalism is no different. No less fervor. And I would say my other friend's obsession about metaphysics and intellectuality and spirit, and just, yeah, it would be spirituality and mental agility, is my other best friend's passions, and comedy, I would say, and like they're all legitimate for their own weird things. Like, for instance, I could make arguments against his lifestyle the way he could make arguments about mine. If the grid goes down, what do I do? Right? That would be his argument. But I could say to him, the grid will never go down, and the cities will always be there, and the power and the oven's always there. And you don't need to go to the mountains ever, and people don't their whole in you can see how the same judgment that they might give me is the same judgment that I might give them about their passions. Or like, have we ever seen proof of a God? Have we ever seen proof of a God? Ever? And I could challenge my other friend to this. Or have we ever seen any proof of actual energy or proof of meditation working or any of this other stuff? Have we ever seen actual proof of video games being good? And not maybe terribly horrible thing, maybe. We don't know what video games are. We don't know what metaphysics are, and we don't truly know what survivalism is. I don't think. I think it's actually in your mind. I don't think it's actually these. I mean, a lot of it has to do with preparation and all this, but I think a lot of it is in your mind. So I like freely waxing intellectual about this, about different passions that people had. I'm the crappy, selfish, fucked up, like obsessed, just like gamer guy who was like, okay, if it's not drugs, music, games, I don't care. Or sex, if it's not those four, not sex, but like love, right? If it's not drugs, music, like love or gaming, I don't care what it is. And then this is something that they had to learn how to deal with about me. I don't have an interest in their life passions. You would think as their best friend that this would make us incompatible, but I do not believe that it did, or we wouldn't still be friends. I wouldn't have seen him. I saw this person in the last 3 weeks, like I wouldn't have seen him again. Like if we didn't share something in common, I don't know what it is, but it's like I'm hoping one day they will legitimize my passion somehow, the way that they did his and my other best friends. I yearn for the legitimacy that these great men in my life have. They were given legitimacy their whole life for the things that they chased. I was not, and I do not know a reason why. A life of digital serfdom, a life of video game addiction and all this, and it's like weird because it's like I'm not going to stop the way that he's not going to stop survivalism, and my other friend isn't going to stop metaphysics. It's not going to happen. It's like telling a lawyer not to be a lawyer or something like that, or fucking Kobe Bryant to not be the greatest goddamn pointer of all time or whatever. Kobe's going to Kobe. I'm going to fucking Kobe. You understand? It doesn't matter what anybody else said to me or any of the girls or my mother or the government or the fucking drug war or any of this other stuff. I'm still going to do what it is I wanted to do. And so I see it's just crazy, like for me to feel the same conviction about my passion as this man does about survivalism, because one really matters, the other actually costs things and doesn't matter to survivalism or survival at all. Video games do not matter to survival at all. I wouldn't say they might train you how to deal with certain situations slightly better, but they're not going to train you for survival. That's not something they're very skilled at doing. So now I'm like, I don't know, like I have to legitimize myself in my mind. It's like the bottom line with the disassociation problem that I have, where I cut people like the wonderful people like this out of my life where I just cut them out. I disassociate from fucking everybody, from really good people who really helped me my whole life, who were my brothers and my friends, and I disassociate from these people because of some fucked up belief that I just don't have the legitimacy that they do. And it's weird because I believe that I'm legitimate, and I believe I've done more than them. Believe it or not. It's as crazy as it is. And as far as like living in the world and doing crazy things, I believe I actually went further than both of them combined. You know what I'm saying? No, I can't speak for him. I don't believe so, actually, for him. He's got his own story, just like mine. But my other friend, I would say, like, you know, I didn't do something monumental like him, like build a temple or a church. But I have done some crazy things with my life and learned some crazy things. And I don't know when the legitimacy of it ever arrives. I've always felt like the giant in the room, both size and, like, not mentality, but like terms of size. And it's weird because it's like I have this, like, disempowering thing where, like, because the community never truly legitimized gaming as this, like, thing like they did for, say, football players or soccer players or even maybe poker players. You know what I'm saying? They never really did legitimize it. If you try and tell a girl that you're a professional gamer, you better be saying, oh, and I've got 100,000 followers and, you know, and I make 30 grand a month or something like that, like Ninja or whatever. Or, you know, they're not like Ninja. He makes a lot more than that. I'm talking about, like, you know, like someone who's got like a million subs, you know? And, like, I don't know, like, I don't care about that bragging. I don't care about that money. I don't care that I didn't have the same interests as them. I don't care what their interests are. They weren't mine. I don't care that they do what I do. I don't care if they ever, I don't care if the mankind ever legitimizes what I do. And it's weird because, but I do feel some shame and some sorrow that there was a disconnect there that I felt that they didn't. And I feel like I dragged some of them through the mud with me, through some depression, some bad times, because of other people's pariah cat judgment of what I chose to do with my goddamn life. I feel that it has damaged my friend here that we are looking at in this video. I feel that it has damaged my other best friend, and we got another best friend who's in the ground, and we have another best friend who's probably recovering from it too. It was my goddamn growing pains as an identity crisis when I understood that I had no government, I had no family. I've got friends, I've got family, but I don't have like a real family. I've got one surviving family member. I've got my family is actually this is 1/3 of my family right here. He's on the screen right now, right? And so now I have this, like, identity crisis where I'm like, God damn it, you look so legitimate, and you look so happy, and you look like you know what you're doing, and you learned all this legitimate knowledge and all this. And I feel the same about my job and what I'm doing. I feel the exact same. But the world won't legitimize me like him unless I have a lot of money doing it. They'll never be like, oh, you were just some dude in the B leagues that worked hard playing baseball his whole life. But we need guys like that. We need catchers, and you know, we need umpires and shit like that. And I don't see why we can't respect me like we did the baseball umpires. How are they any different? The baseball umpires are largely respected in the fucking community. I don't think video gamers are. And so I've labored under that goddamn, like, I knew by the age of 22, something like that my life's choice of my profession made me a goddamn living clown of a joke to pretty much everybody that I knew and loved. And I resent it a bit. It is not my own self-assessment of my job. When you try to tell anybody else what you do when I'm who I am, they just laugh at you. It's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do about that. It's like saying shoe salesman or something after Al Bundy got done with the job of shoe salesman. It's gonna get some titters. Yeah, I'm a grown shoe salesman. Honestly, shoe salesmen is a lot more respectable than a gamer who makes no money. You know, so. All day I will strive. All day I will try to do the best stream I can fucking possibly do, like Oompaville or whatever the fuck. I don't care. I don't need any censorship or fucking people harassing me. I don't need any fucking, like, I don't need edits. I don't need cameras. I don't need fanciness. I don't need all these tricks or anything to be super good at what I need to be, I don't think. And I just push like him, you know, like he's doing right now. I've seen him. This is the best work I've ever seen him do. And, you know, and, well, close to the best work I've ever seen. I've seen him do something else amazing too. Well, many amazing things actually. But, you know, I've seen him do something else that I've always told everybody. I've seen this person do something else that I've always told, like a legend. I have a legend that I tell about this person. I do, but I can't tell it on stream, you know? But I have a legend that I tell about this person. I do. I tell people that the man that I've respected most my entire life dug himself out of poverty, out of his bootstraps, and the crushing weight of medical debt, using only the power of his own mind, right? And that's what I'm jealous of. I'll never be jealous of some fucking streamer or some gamer. It's the people like Lana Del Rey and him who just live beautifully and never fucked up. And I mean, they fucked up, but they never really like ever burned anybody or caused any problems for anybody. And they lived like sacrosanct lives where they never caused any harm to anybody, I don't think, except for themselves. And like, and they had legendary lives that we're all going to remember. And I will relate legends about this man on our screen's life that I was there for, that I witnessed him do, that are almost miracles to me that I can't even mention on stream because it puts the security at risk. And like, you know, and
too long of a boil.
And I think what's the difference between me and them? I think it's the legitimacy. It's the legitimacy. You know what I'm scared of, right? Is this legitimacy thing? I think it's in my mind. It's not in anybody else's mind. I think it's funny, and I think they laugh when I say professional gamer. I think they laugh, right? But I don't anymore. I don't anymore. The way that this guy doesn't laugh at his job either. I don't laugh at my fucking job anymore. And I'm not really down with people who will laugh at me anymore. It's like a revolution of my own heart and soul. I had to give myself permission to be myself. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? Just because you guys don't like gamers or whatever, I think you do. I think gamers like gamers, and I think celebrities like gamers, but I don't think anyone else does. I don't think most people like gamers. I really don't. I think they look at us as like leeches on society that suck the power and don't produce anything and don't have real jobs. I really do. I feel that, and that sucks. And I don't feel that way. I don't feel that way at all. I think gamers are out there producing the goddamn social fabric that creates our lives. I really do. It's why I'm here. Or I really fundamentally believe that. I think the gamers are producing the social fabric that keeps the politics together even. I'm deadly serious about this. The games theory is what runs the goddamn human race. But have they ever legitimized us? Absolutely the fuck not. They'll legitimize John Nash. They won't ever legitimize me. They legitimize Ninja for being super fucking twitchy, you know? And I get that. And he moves units. He's entertaining. I fucking love watching Ninja and all that. But they legitimized him, and I'm bitter about it. I'm bitter, and I'm angry, and I'm jealous. You know, I'm jealous of it. I'm like, what's the difference, motherfucker? You did 25 years on like me on Fortnite and Final Fantasy 11 just like me. What's the goddamn difference? You're a lot better than me, sure. But I mean, like, what's the difference in terms of the value in the eyes of the society? I don't really see the difference. Because he has money? What's the difference between somebody who works 25 years getting really good at gaming and somebody who works 25 years getting really good at gaming? Maybe one's a lot better at it than the other, sure. But I mean, like, you know, I don't know why it needed to be that way, where it was like this legitimacy thing. My whole life, by the age of 27, I attempted to commit suicide based off this idea that I didn't have a family, I didn't have a country, I didn't have a political party, I was not accepted, my life's career was not accepted. I was, you know, like all this stuff, like that I was disenfranchised, that I was homeless, that I was like, you know, there was like nothing good left. You know, nothing good left. But there's so much good stuff left. We all know it. We know there's a lot of really good stuff left, right? But that was my attitude when I attempted to commit suicide. And I'll tell you why. Because it's like that legitimacy thing, man. I actually need it. And now I'm suspecting that it's not only the gamers. I think they do legitimacy things about women. I think they do legitimacy things about girls. I think they do legitimacy things about drug addicts. I think they do legitimacy things about like people of different ethnicities and all this. They reduce your legitimacy in the value of the culture until you're having such a terrible identity crisis that you don't even have anything anymore. You don't have a family or a life or a life's goal or career or a passion or anything, because they've delegitimized everything that you ever chose to be so badly that you don't even want to admit to them that you're doing it anymore. Or you go like me, and you go live and take the show on the road and stand out there on the corner like the homeless people and busk all day till you're famous. You take it live and just accept that you're goddamn crazy and you accepted the worst goddamn fucking profession in the history of mankind. It's the most like manufacture profession, which means that it doesn't rely off of resources or goods. It does in terms of software and electricity and computers and power and stuff. It does create, like wealth. It does produce things. It does make things, and it does make wealth. It is a productive genre, a productive industry. But it also mainly just takes away. It mainly takes tech. It takes power. It takes time. It takes an internet connection. It takes things, And so lately, I just had to legitimize my own view of my own job. When I watch him do it, I'm like, God damn it! If he can legitimize himself with it, I can do it with mine. Because if he can believe in himself, to believe that this survivalism stuff and this cooking stuff and all this can be so powerfully important to people that it'll create this desire that'll enable him to be completely financially free. By empowering all these other people to be able to do stuff like this, right? If he can believe in himself like that, the way that my best friend set up his temple and all that, I can believe in myself, and I don't need your legitimacy or your non-attacks anymore. I don't need your legitimacy. I don't want it anymore. I've crowned myself as legitimate now. You know what I'm saying? All my life, I consider myself lower than a drunk crackhead bum. And trust me, this was a conversation that I had with my mother when I was 16. I informed her that what I intended to do with my life was considered socially worse than being a drunk crackhead bum when I was 16. And I told her I'm going to pursue MMORPGs for the rest of my life. She didn't believe me. And I was like, I'll do something else like writing or whatever to get fucking by. I'll do whatever I have to get by. But I mean, this was my life's passion. I'm terribly sorry. Nobody wants to accept it.
Cools down the sugar.
Am I particularly good at it? No. I just have a lot of knowledge about it.
Inside the mixture will crystallize and condense. And that's
he's good at it. He's genuinely good at all this stuff. I've seen him do it. He rarely fails, and if it is, it's an experiment. He left room for failure.
Syrup, because instead of a syrup, you get a candy at that.
I fail every day. I die all the time on the same games that I play every day, like the worthless gamer that I am. But see, the difference is, it's a lifestyle. I'm chasing it all the time, 14 hours a fucking day. I don't care if I win or lose. My business is fucking being there in the first place, all day, every day, on at least 3 to 5 games. I don't care what's happening in the games. They're my lifestyle. I don't care. They could be shit like Starfield. I don't care. I'll still say it's a good game because it helps me maintain my lifestyle. Do I play it? No, so it's a shit game. But I mean, but I'll still say it's a good game, like that it's an 8.2, that I believe it's an 8.2 because I do believe that, because it helps me enable my lifestyle, And so I think the same thing is true of him with the survival stuff, and I think the same thing is true of my other best friend when it comes to astrology, and I think it's true of my other best friend when it comes to metaphysics. And these are things that almost none of them are conquerable. You can't conquer survival. You can only get better at it. You can't conquer gaming. You can only get better at it. You can't conquer fucking metaphysics. You can only get better at it. And you can't conquer real estate. You can't get better at it. You can only get better at it. You can't conquer astrology. There's too much to learn. You can spend the rest of your life tracking every star's movements since the dawn of mankind. Like, astrology never ends, and that's one of the reasons why I'm able to have the best friends that I do. None of the things that they chose end, and neither does my career either. You know what I'm saying? There's no finite, you're the best in the world at it or something like that for any of them. And so my thing was like, wow, they all chose things that they eventually did be truly great at, just truly amazing at. And I would say the games weren't like that for me because I spend most of my time trying to play all of them. So am I good at one? No. But one thing you could say that I am legitimate about, I could say a legitimate claim, is I do play a lot of MMOs at a higher level. Not good level, just higher, Like, I play a lot of MMOs at a higher level. That's it. The same way I think he would say that he studies survival at a higher level. The same way that I would say my other friend studies astrology at a higher level. And do they ever conquer it or get acknowledged for it? Probably not really. My friend who does the temple, he does get acknowledged. The rest of us don't, I don't think. I think one of the things that my friend asked me to do, he didn't ask me to do this, I offered to do it, but I came offering legitimacy for him. I'm hoping that the 320 will be 320,000 one day because he needs the legitimacy just like everybody else in my crew does. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So here we go. Pinecone syrup. We're gonna return to it. We're almost done. We're almost done. We're almost to the bottom of the list here. There's only 2 left, and they're both short. They're both 20 seconds long. We're like 8 minutes through the last one. So. And it's not that the videos are too long or boring or something. It's just that, you know, I have been on his channel for 5 hours. Or longer. I think it's actually been longer. Let's see. 7.5 hours. You can tell I love one of my best friends deeply, because I wouldn't have ever spent goddamn 5.5 hours on his career, you know? But I do. I love my best friend. He's saved my life before. I've saved his life. One time he was fixing to fall down a ravine, and I caught his ass. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he would have fell, but it would have been scary. Something bad would have happened.
As this cooks down,
he stood up with a pack that was 145 pounds, which is like double his weight or something. I'm kidding. You know, no, it's like this his same weight. He was carrying his own weight in pack gear, and so when he stood up, it was like a pendulum. And I watched it, and before waiting for him to fall or anything stupid like other humans would do, I leaned in and grabbed his ass. You know what I'm saying? I didn't wait for it. I just gave it. I fucking steadied it. I like not that shit like you heard recently, where like the kids are standing there watching their friend drown in the pool because he doesn't know how to swim. Right? You remember hearing about that recently, right? I'm not somebody like that, and one of the reasons that these people are still in my life is when they've swallowed something evil, I stick a finger down their throat. You know what I'm saying? I look out for them. I make sure that if they need help, they get it. You know what I'm saying? And so like one of the things that, you know, so that one of the things that is just kind of funny is like, god damn it, is I lost my train of thought, but yeah. Oh yeah, so I saw him tipping over and fixing to fall down the fucking 400-meter ravine. I leaned over and I didn't wait. I just grabbed that fucking pack and I'm like, hey! And he's like, ah! Because he realized that the pack was going to capsize him into the fucking thing. And he learned a powerful lesson about overpacking, and I learned a powerful lesson about you don't ever wait. You go help the motherfucker, or the ravine happens faster than you think. You know what I'm saying? Go help that motherfucker. Don't figure out if he doesn't know how to swim or not. Fucking help him.
Stir it occasionally so that the sugar that you added from the bottom of your jar back in dissolves evenly throughout the mixture.
It looks so good. So, okay, one of the things that he makes in these little brown bottles that he's given me before, oh my god, it's like the greatest substance known to man. It's honey mead, but it's honey mead with weed. It's honey mead and the best Colorado dank marijuana that you can grow with the best vegan nutrients and all that stuff. The same care. His crop was the same care as he does all his cooking and everything, right? And so his marijuana was the best in the world. And so he used to cook us up these brown bottles of mead mixed with weed. And if you were a special friend of Jed, you got the mead weed. And the mead weed is probably something the Queen of England herself probably couldn't get. I'm dead serious. I have something the Queen of England herself, she can't now. And that wasn't funny. I didn't mean it to be. I'm not trying to be funny. My condolences to the British family. I'm not trying to make fun of someone's death. I just forgot that she had passed, and I was making fun of that, not her. You know, I don't relish someone's death. But so I got one of he gave me several of these little brown bottles and stuff with mead weed, and that is the best high I have ever had. When you're drunk off mead that was literally processed and fermented from honey that was grown in your backyard, and then fermented into mead, and then mixed up with the best Colorado dank marijuana that there is to be had, and then you drink it, and brother, it's God's vagina juice. It's the greatest thing that's ever been made. I swear to God, you could sell it for $2,000 and people would pay it. It's nuts. There's like royal jelly in it, and there's like, you know, and there's like weed, and it's like perfectly fucking fermented weed. It's so good. like honey oil is, I mean, what I'm referring to is honey oil. It's a version of honey oil. They talked about it on the Trailer Park Boys. I don't know if you guys saw that episode about the honey oil where they're all cooking honey oil and all that. But yeah, my friend made me mead weed, and it was like the greatest thing I've ever fucking had. It was the greatest substance I've known to man. It's like heroin without the depression, or the drinking without the hangover, and it's the nectar. It is literally the nectar of the gods. It is mead. It is essentially like, you know, it's like fermented honey directly from the hive with no contaminants, nothing, purified water, all that stuff. And his mead weed, I feel like he could sell a bottle of his mead weed for $2,000 and snobby fucking celebrities would buy it. I do believe this. There's something special about it. The amount of care and time, as you can see.
And easiest. Wow.
And now he's kind of smoothing through and speeding through Mugolio pine cone syrup thing. But if he were to show you the honey weed and honey mead, that what it requires and how much time and effort and experimentation it takes to master it like he did. I don't know if you guys ever saw that movie The Master, but one of the beautiful things that they did in the movie The Master is they had Joaquin Phoenix be an expert at chemistry, which I actually thought was so cool. And it wasn't chemistry, it was alcohol chemistry. He was a scrub, lowbrow, lower class, like has-been, who was a complete alcoholic, who was obsessed with the science of alcohol fermentation. And my friend is like that, but without the dark Joaquin Phoenix side of it, right? He doesn't have the dark Joaquin Phoenix heart. He's like a really, honestly, really good person. And it's kind of funny when somebody really like has a substance that I believe to be worth its weight. He can produce a substance that is worth its weight in gold, you know? Out of the countryside around him. And he doesn't do this particularly because they would probably come and try and steal it, which would drive him crazy. Like the last time I saw him, I was like, how can we make money without a bunch of people trying to come steal it? And he was like, you understand the problem. And I was like, yeah, I know.
Little things that you should be aware of.
He was like, well, food. We could grow a lot of food. And I was like, okay, let's grow a lot of food.
Doing this because not all pine trees are safe to make syrup from. I
think about sun-dried tomatoes all the time. Could I just be like, West Coast sun-dried tomatoes, and I just, grow a tomato patch, let them dry in the fucking sun, right out there on some wood blocks and stuff, like the Italians do. And then fucking, bottle that motherfucker and sling it, because I think you could probably get, $15 to $20 for really good West Coast sun-dried tomatoes in a bottle. I really feel like you probably could, and I'm thinking later on, when I have established and I have gotten somewhere doing gaming, I will go and chase something like that. But until I can prove to the fucking world that you can be a gamer all your life and not be a digital serf, I don't care about the sun-dried tomatoes. I don't care about women. I don't care about the government or the politics or wars. I don't care about any of that shit until I can prove my own legitimacy to a fucking negatively affirmative culture who are negative. The one thing I can say about Americans is they're negative affirming. They will affirmatively negatively affirm you, which means that they will tell you that your job isn't legitimate or something like that, that because you're a hooker or a stripper or a drug dealer or a gamer or something like that you're just not as good of a person as someone else is. And I say, suck a fucking big fat gamer fucking whore dick, bitches. My shit's every bit as legitimate as the way that you run the world.
There's a couple pine cones or pine trees that are actually mild.
And I put something like $300,000 into the video game industry. That put food on people's kids' tables. You understand? I have been a very strong, productive, supportive member of the video game industry. I have bought thousands of games. I have believed in their products. I've been here for 25 years. The same way that he has bought and loved the survival products like that Augur that he showed off. And do you see how I don't see the difference anymore? I don't see the difference between him and his Augur And me and my goddamn new Alienware in August. Which I gotta remind myself all the time. Getting a new Alienware in August, right? I don't see the difference between that auger that helps him drill a hole in the ice and the fucking Alienware that helps me become more legitimate as a gamer. I don't really see the difference, you know? But they do.
And
They 110% do. They absolutely do see a difference. They see you and they're like, there's a professional gamer who didn't make any money. What a fucking loser. That's basically like a drug addict who doesn't even do drugs. They just lie around doing nothing all day, you know? That's literally what they view it as. I swear to God, I've had people hit me with it like that. I had one dude who really didn't like what I did. And he was like, you know, and he was like, this is what you do all day? And I'm like, yeah. What do you do all day? Go to some job you don't like, do something you don't want to do for not enough money for something that you don't love. Why am I less legitimate than you? I love what I fucking do. It does generate money. And I will legitimize myself. I don't care what anybody else says. You know?
sweet treat. You're also essentially making an herbal medicine here, because different pine cones are also going to have different properties. So definitely this is something you want to do a little research into. Bristlecone pine cones.
I feel like I never had a religion. I never had a wife. I never had a job. I never had a life. I never had a home until I was 40. I was homeless so much of that time. I was couch surfing, all of it. I was illegitimized by everything, my government, my people, the people around me, all this other stuff, right? And my whole thing is like, sooner or later, you just have to wake up and not accept that fucking judgment. Just you know, what's the word? I just reject. Reject is the word I'm looking for. I reject the concept that what I'm doing is any less or any more legit than what he's doing. We are both chasing our life passions. Just because mine costs money and his doesn't. Well, I mean, his does too. Survival costs money, you know. I don't really see the difference. You see, it's like all the things that used to be there that makes me different from them. I'm seeing those lines blur and disappear. And God damn it, I want it. I want it more than anything I've ever wanted. I want those lines to blur and fucking disappear. And I want to be able to walk out into the grocery store, see a cute girl and be like, what's up or whatever, right? Or, you know, go to the back of the coffee house and see a cute girl and offer to buy her a coffee or something. I don't know, whatever. And like when she asks me what I do, I say professional gamer with 4,000 followers, and I love what I do, and I got my own home, and I'm happy, and my friends are happy, and I've got a good life, and, you know, and I own property and all this other shit. And I don't, you know, and I don't do anything but sit on a stream 14 hours a day playing video games and watching and reacting to video content like all the other streamers in the world. But see, like, but like I'm happy and I feel productive and I am legit, you know? And it sucks because a girl isn't looking for that self-battle. They just want to see the confidence. That's it. They don't want to see you self-battle yourself being like, am I legit? Am I believing myself when I say this? Because I kind of don't. I think the judgment's still there.
Sweeter flavors for this recipe.
I didn't mean to make this about me. This was about him. But I mean, I gracefully sat through like 19 of these videos. I can use some of his stuff for my content, which is a comparison of my passion to his passion. His is far more real and far more fucking physical and far more actual like reality than mine is. But I don't see how they're different. The bottles are a construct that are in your mind the same way that the video games are. Now, the bottles are there. You can break them and all that. The same way the video games are. Like, reality is there. But I mean, like, but it's all this thing. The success with it, the acknowledgement of it, the value of it, all of that is in your own mind, you know? And so I don't see a difference in the value. I don't. If I love what I'm doing and I don't feel any shame for what I am doing, and I think it is a strong thing that'll lead me to some place that's good eventually, right? And I get up every morning and I have a sense of purpose, right? I don't see the difference between the syrup and my job. I don't really see the difference. And his appreciation of it, his stirring of it, it stirs in me emotions. Like I feel the same way about every time I water some plants in a video game, or like go hunt somebody in Rust or whatever the fuck, or I go pull another billion ISK or another, like I'm about to pull 20 to 25 billion ISK or something like that in a day. That's the same thing as making the syrup, isn't it? It's worth more money than the syrup is, maybe. I don't know what syrup's worth. But if I were to try to sell 20 billion, that's, what is that? That's $800 cash American. And so, yeah, the money that I'm going to make in a day is worth like $800 cash American if they let me sell it, but they illegitimized me my entire life. If they let me sell the currency, I would be legitimate. You know, I'm saying that the currency that I buy everything with is illegitimate, which makes my job illegitimate in their eyes and in mine, kind of. It's like so annoying. Like, so I don't really see the make-believe difference between this syrup and my job. I don't really see the difference. He's allowed to have the same passion, but he is given far more respect. You know?
Anti-parasitic properties. And there's other pine cones that have potentially some negative effects, like lodgepole pine, not super tasty.
I love these pots that he has. Because they were very popular in Denver. You could find them in the thrift shop, right? And all my friends had pots like this because all my friends were lower class, pretty much, like all of them. Like, I mean, lower to middle, like middle, lower middle. And so pots like this bring this like really old feeling back to me of like eating macaroni and cheese off of a crappy 25-year-old oven in a crappy 25-year-old apartment when it's 10 degrees below and it's been a blizzard for 3 weeks and you're eating macaroni and cheese out of the crappy lower class pot, you know, as you couch surf and you're stuck at your friend's house because there's a blizzard. That's what this oven reminds me of, and this fucking pot. All these times when I was younger, and it just didn't matter how much money we had, and all that shit like that song from 21 Pilots, Stressed Out, right? Wish I could go back time to a good old days. This is my mustard glass, right? In TBP, the Trailer Park Boys, they talked about how Julian rocked a fuck. I'm so close to Julian. I'm very, like, if there was a character out there that I'm similar to, it's Julian, right? And so Julian, and also goddamn Jesse Pinkman. I'm sorry, I lived a Jesse Pinkman life. I'm so much like Jesse Pinkman, it's scary. Anyways. I mean, yeah, like when I watched Gran Torino, was it Gran Torino? Yeah, you know, not Gran Torino. No. What's the Breaking Bad movie? It's El Torino, right? El Torino, I think. Yeah, El Torino on Netflix, right? That shit was like a fucking diary. Watching El Torino was so weird for me, or whatever. What's the Breaking Bad movie? Is it El Torino? I think it is. It's like, El Camino. Yeah, after his car. Yeah, it's El Camino. Yeah, El Camino was like a goddamn fucking, like it was like watching myself in the mirror. It was so annoying. Every aspect of it, from the friends to the apartment search to the man who tried to kill him and all the feds and the cops and all that bullshit. And all the drugs being fucking hid in the manifold and in the background and dead friends and all these problems and an escape and getting out of it and leaving it forever and all this other crap, right? And like, yeah, and goddamn it, man, El Camino was like a fucking diary. It was like a self-diary for me. It was like they fucking filmed my life. It was so annoying. I love that film, but El Camino like makes me think of kitchens in Denver that look like this, you know?
The ponderosa pine, when cattle eat too much of the pine leaves, has been documented as potentially causing miscarriage both in cows and in sheep. So do a little homework. But pinyon pine and bristlecone pine.
Pinyon pine nuts are so good. Oh yeah.
Some of my absolute
We've been eating pinyon pine nuts for as long as mankind's been around.
favorite flavor.
Pinyon pine nuts are so good.
So these leftover pine cones can go pretty much in your...
If I have to entertain you with my mouth the entire time while I play video games badly, I will.
Pile or compost.
I'll get the entertainment one way or another, understand? I will entertain you one way or another.
I like to clean as I go. It makes it a little easier.
See, not me. I put it all in a fucking pile, and I wait for the opportunity that he might clean it. And he hates this about me. It's the thing about me that he hates the most. I will put it in a pile and I will wait for some other sucker to do it. I'm not sorting your boxes. I'm not washing the dishes. I'm not, you know, I'm not using dishes, you know.
Syrup that's dried up and got very sticky.
And if I left them, I'm sorry. I probably did.
Your implements.
He likes to notice that he mentioned that he likes to clean as he goes along, right? This is the thing about camping, you know, pack in, pack out. You always kind of take each thing as you do it. You don't spread out 8 or 9 things at once and get half track through all of them. You just do thing after thing after thing after thing and get it all done, right? And so he's making a point of saying this, but so that people like me that just run slipshod and break all the tools and forget everything in a big pile for him to clean up and walk around, don't care what he thinks, don't act like an asshole. But I am an asshole. He has definitely... I lived with this man for... God, 2 years or something, I think. We were in an apartment with 4 dudes and 4, or sorry, it was 3 rooms, three rooms and 3 dudes. And, and yeah, he was my roommate for like 2 years. And he was like, you didn't do the dishes the entire time we were a roommate. And I was like, motherfucker, I am 24. I am in college. I am drunk. I don't care. I don't care. And something else I never really told him that I didn't think was a good lesson for him to learn was that I was the only one who did dishes. I was the only one in that place that did dishes. So when he got around to asking me to do it, I was the only guy who had ever done it 100,000 times. And I was waiting for someone else to do it, right? And so we had a fight about the food and the nasty stuff in the sink and how nasty it was. But see, the problem is I had been I had been living in that place for 4 years, and I had been the only one doing the dishes for 4 years, and I wanted someone else to do it.
We're getting a nice...
It didn't happen. So then he eventually just left because the apartment was so fucking disgusting. But I mean, someone else just moved in, took his place, and did the dishes, you know? Sooner or later, you get somebody else who does the dishes. It's this terrible, shitty thing. But it is a truism about fucking humanity. They're going to make this big fucking deal about how you need to clean the dishes. But no, I don't. I don't, do I? It's totally actually my choice to not do the dishes, isn't it? I don't. It's something that they can't ever understand. Responsible people, they can't ever understand this. I tell them all the time that they won't. But understand, if I leave the shit in the fucking sink, sooner or later, someone's gonna clean it. It isn't me. It doesn't matter. It might be the cops as they evict you. It doesn't matter. Somebody will clean the dishes who isn't you. And I'm not wrong. I used to challenge people like this all the time. I'm a bad friend, I gotta say. I'm an asshole. I have redeeming qualities. Like one time when I was 15, we drank an entire bottle of Skull vodka, you know, the jet fuel shit that kills you. And I was like 15 or something, and we listened to, I don't know, Bad Religion until 1 a.m. or something, and then we passed out drunk, and we both puked everywhere. We drank vodka Skull without chaser. It was the only time I ever did that. Straight no chaser, just, you know, the whole goddamn handle, no chaser. It's just not really, no. And so, of course, we projectile vomited at the age of 15 all over the goddamn basement. This is my other best friend, not this guy, right? And as I'm like, you know, puking all over the floor, I'm laughing, and I come up and I'm like going for air, and I'm like, oh, we're gonna die, dude, and we're in so much trouble. We puked everywhere. And so my best friend, being the responsible person that he is, he boots, rallies like 5 times. He drinks a lot of water until like 5:15 in the morning. And when he's sober enough, he scrubs the puke off all of the goddamn floor painstakingly for like 2.5 hours or something like this. Now, I have done this for him, and I've done this for other people too. But I'm saying, like, I've done this for other people too. But he did this for me because it would have been a lot of trouble for me if my mom had come down in the morning and seen all that Skull vodka all over the floor in the form of puke when we were 15, you know? An entire handle of Skull vodka. She probably would have told our high school and had us fucking expelled or something. My mother would have not have trucked with it. She would have told our parents and gotten us expelled or something. My mother doesn't fuck around, you know? So he cleans it up, and while he's cleaning it up, I teach him a lesson, which is not a lesson, it's just me being a fucking asshole. I teach him a lesson that while he's there cleaning up my puke and hunched over, and he's in pain, and is, you know, and he's sick, and he's just, you know, he's like not having fun, I kicked him into the puke. And this is to teach him that this is what people do. This is, I mean, it's, and I'm mean like this because it's what my father did to me, you know? I mean like this. It's like you're just repeating the damage that your father does to you or whatever. And that's what I did to them. Now, did I kick him hard? No. Did it hurt him? No. Did he fall in the puke and scream and get all angry at me or whatever? No. He's laughing. He was like, I can't believe you kicked me while I was cleaning up your puke. And I was like, I'm sorry, dude. If there's an envelope, I'm going to push it. When have I ever not pushed it? It's for the fun. I tell him as he's getting up out of my puke. I kicked him into my puke puddle, and he fucking face planted in it when he was like 15 or something like that. And yes, I'm an asshole, but right afterwards I say, I love you, dude, and I'm so sorry that I did that. But your butt was in the air, and you were cleaning up my puke, and I was just sitting here. And I went for it. I kicked you in the butt while you were cleaning up my puke because it just seemed like the most horrible thing that I could possibly do in this moment. And he's like, I understand. And he is a wonderful man who does understand. And I like to think that he's not an asshole like me, but I like to think that maybe, just maybe, later on in life he would kick me into the pile of puke. I'd like to think so. But no, he probably wouldn't do that. He's a nicer guy than I am, right? And am I bragging about kicking him in the puke? No, I'm saying this with a lot of shame that I did something like this. But the problem is, his butt was in the air while he was cleaning up my puke. I saw the shot. I fucking took it. I'm sorry. I always take it, no matter what the fuck it is. You know? I saw the shot. I saw it. They lined up. His butt was in the air, and I could kick it while he was cleaning up my puke. It'd just be the worst piece of shit in mankind's history or something. And not like I enjoy being bad or enjoy doing horrible things to my best friend. It's just this thing about, like, people are always going to clean up the puke. I'm always going to kick them in the butt. It's just the state of it. I don't hide it from them. I don't go looking to kick them in the butt. I just see the opportunity because I'm the crazy, chaotic, neutral person that I am, and I just take it. And this is how I got in high speed several. God, how many now? 6? No, 5. I think it's 5. 5 high speed police chases. I jumped in a moat in England. I dare myself to kick my own friend in the butt while he was cleaning up my puke while I was too drunk to do it. What else? I broke into my high school and got expelled. I committed a robbery one time when I was really young. Like my friends will tell you, I was too young to commit a robbery like that, but I kind of committed a robbery when I was really young so I could get video games, you know? Done other really crazy fucking things, but see, that's the thing, right? Just like how there's always somebody who's gonna clean up the fucking dishes sooner or later, I am gonna take the fucking shot if the opportunity arises, and I don't care who it hurts. I don't care if the opportunity's there and it's fun, and if they can, and then there's all these wonderful other sides of my personality. Like I've saved lives and I've helped people. I took the expulsion as opposed to my friends and all this other stuff, and I protected them from getting expelled and all this other shit. It kept their business hidden, and they were able to have successful lives and didn't catch felonies and shit because I protected them. And one of the reasons I bring this up is like I did that too. I protected them because it was taking the shot. I saw the shot to protect them. I was like, ooh, it might be really fun to protect my friends and take the expulsion for them. So I did. And it's the lesson that my best friends still haven't learned about me. It doesn't make me a psychopath or some kind of schizophrenic person. I have many emotions. I cry all the time. I'm not some schizophrenic person or something like that. I'm not some psychopath, right? I just see the thing that shouldn't happen. That's fucking chaos. It's the wild card, right? Remember Charlie Day getting out of the fucking... remember when the gang tried to sell gasoline? And Charlie Day's like, wild card! card, bitch! And he kicks the back door open, and he bails from the car with the barrel of gas. That's me. I'm the wild card. I'm looking to shout wild card. They've always known it. Then it's one of the things they love about me. I'm looking to shout wild card. I don't care. Like, I don't care what's going on. The opportunity could be me alone in a bathroom, and I see a fucking like a fucking an electrical outlet, and I have a gum wrapper in my hand, right? And I recall back to when I popped every single goddamn electrical outlet in every single room in not only a private high school but a public high school with something like 80 rooms. And I systematically one day in the afternoon popped every goddamn fucking... This is something a psychopath does, I suppose. But it was just taking the shot. I saw the fun. And I was like, oh man, I can take this gum wrapper and run around like a psychopath and make a loud pop while people laugh uproariously as I pop every electric outlet in the motherfucking high school, be it the private school or the public school. I popped every outlet I came across when I was 15 years old. Bathrooms. Why did I do this? Because it was a shot. I took it. I don't know. It's the chaos. I'm bad. I'm good. I don't know. I'm just as likely to do something good as I am bad. It just has to be fun. You know, most of the time it's not good when it's fun, you know, most of the time. So, but I'll still do something like work in the garden for 5 hours randomly for my parents and love doing it. I'm not a bad person, you know, because it was the shot. I took it. It was fun to do that. It was fun to do it. If it's not fun, I don't want it.
We do want to bring that to a rolling boil for about 90 seconds.
It was fun to kick him into the pile of puke. It wasn't that I ever wanted to hurt him that way, and I felt terrible about it, and I bring